already draped over your shoulders, one of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed.
Deputy Executive Dean Professor Mashau, Director of the School of Humanities Professor Madise, Director of the School of Arts Professor Jali, Head of Research and Postgraduate Studies Professor Onyancha, Head of the Office for Tuition Learner Support Professor Jacobs, who's engaged somewhere else, our presenters Professor Linda Toihai Smith, Professor Graham Smith, Professor Bahele Chilisa, Professor Rian Rabaka, and Professor Saurombe, our students who are here. Professor Moyahabo Mahano, our Executive Director for Tuition. Comrade scholars, our sign language interpreters, Ms. Hulufelo Sekhazwi, Ms. Sifumene Ngube, and our participants joining us via YouTube. Dumelang Bakhaetso. Dumelang Bakhaetso. Sainbonani, Molweni, Absheni, Ndimacheloni, Lochani, Tobela, Koto. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Jambo. Before we start with the program, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kelebamang Winnie Mokupi. I'm in the Office for Tuition and Learner Support in the College of Human Sciences. I'm not alone, I'm with my team, the committee that brought this event together. I think it is proper that later on I'll ask them to stand up. They're wearing blue golf shirts. So if you need anything, just ask them. The restrooms are on the right-hand side of the podium, so you just walk straight up to the other side. But before we start with our program, we are now going to play the institutional video for you to know, those who are not familiar with Unisa, to know the institution that we always call the University of the Land. Colleagues, it is proper that we play that video before we can start, with the proceedings. Just to give you a background about this university that you are in today. So I just don't want to be called somewhere that the video was not played. Colleagues, multimedia. Wait for it. Okay.
Nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, Unisa can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. Unisa stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, Unisa is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations in areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. Unisa's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and Square Kilometer Array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion Square Kilometer Array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO Unisa Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology is leading the international research into the nano-delivery of medicinal drugs, including African herbal medicine. The College of Law offers an elective undergraduate model on medical law. Feminist, womanist, Wusadi theorizations. In the College of Human Sciences, the Institute for Gender Studies, the College of Education and the Graduate School of Business all contribute to the interdisciplinary research into eliminating gender-based violence, homophobia and transphobia, and discrimination against women in the workplace and the political arena. The Institute also uses education about gender as an effective way to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women. Student support and co-curricular activities. Unisa is uniquely placed to offer creative and radically innovative ways of enhancing student support. Unisa's College of Graduate Studies has developed a whole range of training programs to assist and encourage students. The Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities promotes the principle of access for success, and the Student Development Division provides students with social support and leadership development services. These niche areas find expression in the rich tapestry of our disciplines included in the College of Accounting Sciences, Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Economic and Management Sciences, Education, Graduate Studies, Human Sciences, Law, Science, Engineering and Technology, the Graduate School of Business Leadership, and the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs. As Africa's leading open-distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
That is our beloved Unisa, the University of the Land. We are now going to start with our program. I'm going to call upon Professor Tsinandaba Mashau to officially open the 2026 Decoloniality Summer School that is housed in the College of Human Sciences. It is one of the flagship projects of the university, but we took, as the College, of Human Sciences, took it, and ran with this project. Professor Mashau is the Deputy Executive Dean, the background in theology. Professor Mashau.
Program directors, Me Muhupi, Professor Charlie, thank you very much for granting me this opportunity to be able to deliver this welcome address on behalf of the College of Human Sciences, Deanery, and on behalf of the Executive Management of the University of South Africa. Professor Mwepe should be here to do that task, whilst I do the task of welcoming you on behalf of the college. He should be welcoming you on behalf of the entire university. We received the apologies from the principal, who is the main host, Professor Puleng Linkabula, who is still on leave, and also from Professor Mwepe, who also requested me to convey a hearty, warm welcome to all of you. We are thrilled and excited to host the 12th edition of the Unisa Decoloniality Summer School 2026 under the theme Decolonizing the Classroom, from epistemic critique to transformative practice. If there is something that we are serious about as a university, in particular as a College of Human Sciences, the area of transforming the curriculum. I think one of the battles that I had last year with Memhupi is that I need her to ensure that we are going to audit all our qualifications, all our offerings, whether they are transformed or not. And I would have requested her to do that task already in 2025. And she said to me, no, let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit because there is an epistemic community that is going to join us in January. And out of that meeting, then we'll come up with clear guidelines in terms of what we mean when we say a curriculum is transformed. Not to say that we don't have such guidelines at Unisa. Prof. Mahanu is here. She will tell you that we have 10 principles as a university in terms of how we defined a transformed curriculum. However, as a College of Human Sciences, we wanted to customize that to ensure that it fits the purpose that serves social sciences and humanities. And hence, we have now agreed to say, let's wait a bit. And hopefully, Memhupi, when we leave this summer school, we'll surely hit the ground running. No more excuses. We want to see the College of Human Sciences in particular, but also the entire university having a transformed curriculum. I want to start off by acknowledging our most important guests, all of you, all participants, your academics, your students, and the community of practice. At Unisa, we believe so much in engaged scholarship, where we interact with all sorts of stakeholders. We take them serious, and I know that some of them are here this morning and are joining us for the entire week. I want to say to all of you a hearty welcome to Unisa, a hearty welcome to the University of the Land, and a hearty welcome to the College of Human Sciences. As we grapple with the thorny yet multi-layered concept of decoloniality and its implications for curriculum transformation, you will discover that this is a global theater of idea, creativity, and innovation, but a space where great minds critically engage and are engaged. This indeed is a space where, in biblical proverbial sense, an iron sharpens an iron. When the College of Human Sciences imagined this journey from its conception during the era of the former Executive Dean, Professor Rosemary Mweketsi, it sought to provide African scholars with an enabling platform to critically engage decolonization within the academic space. but also shape discourses on how best to recenter African epistemologies and pedagogies in African universities that are mainly dominated and driven by Eurocentric knowledge systems, which are in the main life-sapping, life-denying, and dehumanizing to many in the global south. A hearty welcome to our epistemic interlocutors, all our guest lecturers. The list that we have this year remains a true representation of the global south communities and their voices, and even of the friends of the global south. We have in our midst Professor Linda Smith, Professor Bagele Chilisa, Professor Rayland Rabaka, who is a more of a known face in this environment, Professor Nampombe Saurombe, and Graham Smith. I am now reminded of the Chivenda adage that says, Muyeni asongo warao zamaramani unazo. Loosely translated, you might not be carrying gifts to share with all of us, but you have wisdom with you to be able to share with all the participants in this particular event. I would like to extend a special words of welcome to the CHS Deanery, led by the able Professor ZZ Nkosi in absentia, who is currently on leave, and this one we could not say no, because around the 20th or 21st she'll be celebrating a 60th birthday anniversary. So there was no way that we could deny her the space and opportunity to go and celebrate life. And happy birthday, Prof. Nkosi in absentia. The dinner is also represented here by Professor Charlie, who is the school director of arts. I see here Professor Unyancha, who is the head of graduate studies in the college, and many other leaders who are here. A hearty welcome, colleagues. Representing these colleagues are representing more than 52,000 students and more than 670 employees as a college. It is a college that is a hub of decolonization and Africanization agenda. It's a college where the great African minds are appreciated to drive and push the transformation agenda within the higher education space. I've also noted the presence of Professor Mahanu, who is the driver in terms of tuition and learning curriculum transformation in the entire university. A hearty welcome, Prof. I would have failed in my task if I don't acknowledge the able organizing team, the role that they've played in organizing this event, led by our own Ms. Kilibahang Muhupi. Thank you very much, Winnie and the team. On the same vein, let me also welcome and acknowledge the presence of our media team who will be with us throughout the week, and also our colleagues who are assisting us in terms of ensuring that we remain true to what Unisa is all about as far as language transformation is concerned. The two colleagues who are translating in sign language. Unisa is the only institution that does academia using all official languages. All of them. I mean, all of them, literally all of them. Now, we also appreciate the presence of those who are providing services in the sign language. Colleagues, a hearty welcome. Welcome, and welcome to Unisa, the University of the Land, which is currently led by Professor Puleng Linkabula, who had tendered her apology. When she arrived, there was a bit of resistance, basically because, you know, issues around patriarchy, male-dominated spaces, it's always very difficult to have a breakthrough. But we thank her. She was a brave woman, Imbokot. She resisted. She fought hard to ensure that the transformation agenda does happen in this environment. She is growing to become what I call the mother of the catalytic niche areas. Those that were shared in the video, which include, among others, your Usadi theorization, which is deeply rooted in the African traditions. The university does not only pride itself on being a pioneer and leading African university in distance education globally. It's a university that is committed to shaping the intellectual futures of humanity in the service of humanity. We are, therefore, a university that prides itself to recenter Ubuntu philosophy of life right at the center of what we do. We are aware that the decoloniality agenda will not be complete until we can translate our theorizations into tangible curriculum transformation. Looking back at the history of the Unisa Decoloniality Summer School, we have witnessed a revolution unfolding. From unmasking the epistemic injustices of the educational system dominated by the Western hegemony, to a critique. From a critique to recentering of the African indigenous knowledge systems and African knowledges, what we call Afrocentricity. And now we are in the phase of tangible curriculum translation. We need to see that indeed our curriculum is transformed. Colleagues, no more excuses. We've been talking for the past 11 years. We've been theorizing for the past 11 years. If you don't go out of this meeting with clear guidelines that would surely inform our university and other universities to really transform, then this project would have failed. The 11 years that we have been would have been wasted 10 years. And hence, I want to implore you that this time around, pay attention, focus, and ensure that you innovate, you become as creative to ensure that you give us the necessary tools to ensure that our curriculum is transformed. Our curriculum will only be transformed and decolonized if, and only if we are not only conscious of our identity as Africans, of our languages, cultures, knowledge system and methodologies, but also the infusion of these epistemologies in everything we do within the higher education space. Only if our curriculum should be responsive to the needs of our continent and its people, but critically engage and respond to national, regional, and global imperatives as espoused by the National Development Plan, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, and different charters that speak to the ethical demands for social justice on behalf of humanity. And I'm glad to see one of the biggest proponents of the African Charter, Professor Puleng Sikhalo, sitting here joining us. Let's translate that into curriculum transformation big time. Only if, building on the works of the likes of your Fanon, Minol, and others who are champions like Ndlovu Gacheni, we need to build on the work that they have already laid for us. If you go to search engines to date, there are a lot of articles that speak to issues around decolonization. They must find expression in our curriculums. Because it's not yet Uhuru until we start drinking from our own wells. We have been drinking from the Western wells for ages. Most of us are just but products of Western knowledge. We have to now help Africa to find its identity and make a serious contribution by transforming our curriculum. Only if Afrocentricity in the curriculum becomes our DNA, then we will have transformed. We sit with the rich tapestry of African heritage, and it must find expression in our curriculum. Only if we move away from what others will call sitlare sa Mosotho ke lehua, meaning that we can't do without the West. I'm calling for unthinking the West without ignoring and undermining them. They remain our interlocutor moving forward so that we don't commit the same mistakes in the future. Only if our curriculum must be transformed in the manner that the notion of education is not just about employability. We would have failed if we're still producing graduates who are searching for jobs. The products we produce in our university using a transformed curriculum must include entrepreneurship. And therefore, we must train students who are job givers, creators of jobs, more than those who seek employment elsewhere. Therefore, we must make efforts to move beyond the rhetoric and theatrics of theorizing around the important subject, decoloniality. This engagement should focus on innovative ideas for creating a culture of self-reliance, one that infuses African philosophical thought and embodies the principles of Ubuntu, thereby expressing and affirming our identity and contribution in the global higher education space. But to succeed, there is need to remove strategic barriers that are created and promoted by the West. For instance, we can't talk decolonization without being asked, whose agenda is it? We can't talk about white racism without being accused of reverse racism. We can't talk about Black Lives Matter without being reminded that all lives matter. This is why the call to decolonize and Africanize the curriculum in academic institutions is met with resistance in some cycles, especially those who are still suffering from the colonial and apartheid hangovers. The sad reality is that we seem to be struggling to breathe properly, even in the space that are highly dominated by Africans, like here at home, Unisa. Truth be told, the majority of our offerings still remain very much untransformed. It can be, especially under the leadership of the majority blacks, Africans. It can be. We can't accept that as the reality that we must live with. Our curriculum must be truly, truly transformed. And we must do so without disregarding the development of AI. As the College of Human Sciences, we pride ourselves to have taken the initiative of advancing African digital humanities, where we're not afraid to interface with AI. And we're now pushing for a curriculum that is transformed, moving away from disregarding AI in terms of our assessments. We're calling for assessments that takes into consideration that our students do use AI. And some do use AI even when they are writing examinations. And therefore, we need to arrest that by ensuring that we are one step ahead of them. Integrate AI in terms of bringing humanity and human mind, human thinking right at the center. As I draw closer to my conclusion, decolonial scholars, as we are, or as we claim to be, must help us to unthink the West, but also recenter the global South and our epistemologies in this entire discourse. Yesterday I was on radio reflecting on this particular summer school, and one of the issues that I was raising there is that we can learn from the rich heritage of Mapungubwe. We can learn from the rich heritage of people like your Esther Mahlangu, who was honored by Unisa, but what made it even unique is that she was not honored in humanities, because her work is more on art, which is receiving attention. Even BMW would have embraced her artwork. But when we analyze it as Unisa, we were able to see that she was tapping into the STEM environment. Her calculations, mathematics, in terms of how she does art, does indicate that we are sitting on gold. We must just be able to take these kind of stories and other stories, African stories, and place them right at the center of how we train our own children. I think we should learn from COVID-19. COVID-19 helped us to realize that the herbs that your missionaries, I come from theology, your missionaries would have discarded and mystified as demonic are the very herbs that saved us. We were saved by ensuring that we go back to those herbs. We were inhaling those herbs. And whilst the West was dying en masse, African lives were saved because of the indigenous knowledge system that we have. Let it find expression in our curriculum. A hearty welcome and enjoy this week. So this summer school is officially opened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mashau, for that powerful welcome and opening of this 12th anniversary of our summer school, the 12th edition of the Unisa Decoloniality Summer School. Thank you so much for reminding us of our responsibilities as not just Unisa, but everyone who's involved in decolonization, Africanization, and transformation. And also for reminding me on the 12th of January of the task ahead that I have to accomplish, because we have been having this kind of gatherings where we're theorizing. Now as Unisa, as an institution that has been leading the decolonization discourse, we need to do the work so that it is there, is visible in what we teach our students. We need to ask ourselves whether what we teach makes our students to see themselves in it, or we're just writing and then they see someone else. So it is our duty now, to work hard, to make sure that you don't just have, talks like this, but we make sure that is, it is seen in what we teach our students. And thank you so much, for acknowledging our mother, Professor Rosemary Mwekesi, who came, with this summer school many years ago when, she took the initiative for something that, she didn't know, but she said, I am taking this because it's something that, I see that it will benefit the university. And now that, we are done with the talking, and that is why our theme has changed. We said, we have done the talking, and we even last year, looked, to Fanon, to say, Fanon, this is what you taught us. And now we want, to get our tools together and ready to see what you have been teaching us in our curriculum. Hence, the theme for this year is Decolonizing the Classroom, from Epistemic Critique to Transformation Practice. Thank you, Prof. Mashau. Just to speak a little bit about our Decoloniality Summer School. My entry point is Ubuntu, a trilogy of communal being, and so we are consciously and continuously being communal by acknowledging, respecting, working with and for, and thanking those that came before us. Moreover, adding value to those we share this, our present with, in our today, and more to that, sharing ourselves with those yet to come after us. Hence, the commitment to co-presence completes the puzzle of our re-existence. For us, decolonization, Africanization, and transformation in general is neither about career nor academic enhancing, but rather a humble and ethics of liberation deposit into co-presence re-existence. Unisa's Decoloniality Summer School celebrates its 12th anniversary this year. We thank our forerunners, the pathfinders, our contemporaries, colleagues and compatriots alike, and those to come after us for simultaneously giving life to and benefiting from this space. We remain consciously accountable to those in the past, the present, and the future in our everyday execution of assignments and initiatives. Our calling is in decolonization, Africanization, and transformation. Our desire and commitment is to leave a positive dent that flourishes the present and the future of fellow human beings, the environment, and business. Decolonization, or for an endless search of a better word, decoloniality is a complex concept which is about transforming the difficult and painful material realities of everyday people whose everyday living is obstructed, compromised, and disabled by the invisible global colonial matrices of power. As argued in Mogope and Khumalo 2025, the decoloniality family has a plethora of perspectives such as prescriptive, descriptive, dismantlist, discourse, and other options exit members. Mignolo's contextual non-meta theory and non-masterpiece and non-global design, decoloniality expressed as pluriversally decolonial and decolonially pluriversal decoloniality stands out for us. We hope that this year's Decoloniality Summer School will not end with symbolic decoloniality. Hence the theme, key terms beyond, not anti, of course, epistemic critique, but we will move to material decoloniality where it will brew scientific and practice revolutions, including even within the decolonial perspectives, and continue the efforts to consolidate and expand scholar activism that nourishes present and future lives, while critically valorizing and learning from other paths. Africanization for us is not a mere change of jackets and translation of other concepts into African languages and structures. It means, for us, using rich cultures and languages to imagine different optional concepts and processes that will make our living and that of future generations rich and communicative, rather than competitive, exploitative, and anti-people. Central to this transformation is a confrontation with the persistent marginalization of African and indigenous languages in higher education. The dominance of colonial languages in teaching, learning, and assessment is not a neutral administrative choice. It is a continuation of epistemic inequality that restricts access to knowledge, undermines the possibilities of multilingual education, and perpetuates colonial hierarchies within the global university system. In Decolonizing the African Mind, Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Chinweize call post-colonial Africa to reclaim indigenous knowledges, languages, cultures, and identity for full self-determination and restoration of self-worth. Decolonizing the classroom requires us to integrate African and indigenous languages across the disciplines, creating genuine space for the philosophies, pedagogical practices, and epistemologies that Eurocentric frameworks have sidelined for too long. We hope this summer school will not lead to a tired call to superficial reform by translating imperial concepts in African languages, but to valorizing languages and cultures as archives and texts in the classroom for production knowledges that will set afoot a full rehumanization and fulfilling living. Transformation is not reform, at least for us. Transformation from a gaze of a political society with struggles and demands for participation in the reconfiguration of structure, processes and distribution of power anticipates a total overhaul of a system, including its control and management, in favor of the rehumanization of all. So I have a dream. One, I dream of more than comprehension, summary, and language structures in paper. Two, more than the content form, imagery, and language in literature in paper. And 3, modern essays, longer and shorter transactional writing in paper to life-giving concepts in language as a library or archive. Life-flourishing cultural artifacts that were disavowed. And in what Mignolo, Kiano will call it framed as coloniality and modernity or rationality. For this summer school, we have tried as the committee, because we speak of the issues of language, to translate the call for applications in some of our African languages, so that you don't only have one language. It's still, baby steps. We're hoping to have, all the official languages in our papers next year, just to show how important this is. Because when we look back, we think about how our languages have been killed and how we want, to end the sides, epistemicide, linguicide, and so on. With these few languages that we have, I'm reminded that in Afrikaans, let's say, biki makmir. So, a heartfelt, gratitude, to our presenters who accepted our invitation to come here to Unisa to present to us for this week-long summer school. We are going to sit at their feet and drink from the well of knowledge. In my language, we will say, they are old. You look at Professor Linda Tuhiwai Smith, we look at Prof. Graham Smith, we look at Professor Bahele Chilisa. I read Professor Linda's book, his seminal book, when I was doing my second year. You can tell, where they are in terms of age. You can see their hair, the color of their hair. And then in that note, I will say in my language, Botlhogoputswa, Rutambana di taula, le se naso badimu. I thank you. Ke a leboga. I'm now going to call upon Professor Charlie, the director of the School of Arts, to take over from me. No, it's fine. No.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mokupi. Colleagues, friends, comrades, good morning. Sanibonan, Abushin, Dumelang, Huyamore. And noting the fact that I'm seeing most of you for the first time in 2026. Let me then take this opportunity to express compliments to you, colleagues, and wishing you all a great 2026. Now, I'm very lucky. There were two great speakers before me. And what they've done was to acknowledge everyone, and noting the fact that there are important people in the room, including members of council. Now, I don't want to make the error of leaving anyone out. So what I'll do that great South African thing. And I think that we're all familiar. I'll explain to the guest what is the great South African thing. I'll do that great South African thing and say protocol is observed. Now in South Africa, when we say protocol is observed, whether there's a president in the room, a vice chancellor, a dean, and so forth, if you say protocol is observed, it means that you've covered everyone. Meaning that you don't commit an error of leaving anyone in your acknowledgement. So, colleagues, I'd then like to say that protocol is observed. Let me then also say that for many years, I've had the privilege of attending the annual Decoloniality summer school, and I think that Winnie said we're on our 12th year this morning. And of course, it has been a space of solidarity, a space of comradeship, a space for epistemic justice, and of course, a space for transformative discourses. This year is no different. We are meeting at a time when many injustices are unfolding throughout the world. We are meeting at a time of what seems to be a rising sense of fascism. A time when a real and concerning genocide is unfolding in our lifetime. When presidents of powerful nations swoop in on other foreign nations, breaking all international laws on state sovereignty. This 12th Unisa Decoloniality Summer School is taking place at a time when the very foundations of what has defined humanity and international solidarity seem to be attacked. We must be attentive to these current affairs, these concerning issues. Our attention to these issues, however, should not blind us to the fact that there are historical but very relevant matters that we have yet not resolved. And so I was excited when I saw the theme for the 2026 summer school as Decolonizing the classroom. The theme challenges us to recall that colonialism is a stubborn animal that, of course, refuses to die as we witness this through its latest mutation, which is coloniality. Thus, the theme is timely and relevant to all who continue to experience the many challenges of coloniality. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, my task and my role this morning is very simple. It is to be a traffic light and facilitate the flow of traffic on stage. And I think that this theme of being a traffic light, the one brother that I would like to acknowledge is Professor Simpiwe Sesanti, when he says that when you do facilitation, essentially your role is to either indicate red, amber, and green. It's a very humble role that I'm here to play. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker for this session, which is Professor Linda Tuhiwai Smith, who is a pioneering Maori scholar and whose groundbreaking work has reshaped indigenous research globally. Her seminal book on decolonizing methodologies, research, and indigenous peoples, and peoples, not people, has been translated into 5 languages and is widely cited by academics worldwide. And this has established her as one of the most influential indigenous thinkers of the 21st century. In the 1970s, Professor Smith co-founded, and I'll try to pronounce it, Nga Tamatoa, which challenged racial discrimination and Treaty of Waitangi violations, leading to transformative Maori educational initiatives. And these include the Tekohanga Reo and Kura Kaupapa Maori. Throughout her distinguished career, she has held numerous prestigious positions that advance Maori and indigenous development. These include her appointment as a Pro-Vice Chancellor at various universities, as a founding director of New Zealand's first Maori Center of Research Excellence, and various national and international advisory positions. Her achievements have earned her an exceptional recognition, including an honorary Doctor of Laws from the University of Winnipeg in 2018. The Te Puaitanga Award from Royal Society Te Aparangi in 2018. Prime Minister's Lifetime Achievement Award for Education in 2017, and Companion of the New Zealand Order of Merit in 2013. She became the first Maori woman Fellow of the Royal Society of New Zealand, cementing her legacy as a trailblazer in Maori education and indigenous scholarship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not even half of her CV. This is a summarized version. Before I call her on stage, and as we do in South Africa, I would like to invite a poet by the name of Kgorong Mokakale to acknowledge her.
Mahosi le mahosana aechu nkimeleng atlameting loretseng re tsang ka jana ke simolotse go bothologa ke simolotse go pheperega ke simolotse go bua hela ke simolotse go bua ka sa botlhoko jwa kgomo ishule e bolailwe ke botlhoko jwa sorotswana la ke le leta ka itsesane go weileng teng intetse sentle maokwa ka ba tlhotlhe ka motlhotlho wa mabele ga dikhutsana ka selo se ba re ke mochacha mojiwa ke dinokwana ga di mmone ha di mmona di ka tloga tsa thubega mekukutu ala maloba yele nna ikile re ke re ka boka betho ba tshwara ba mpipa molomo ba re kakawa ka didimala ka gore wena ha o bua o kgwa botala ka legano o kgwa bogalaka o kgwa botlhoko jwa sa botlhoko ya kgomo e shule e bolailwe ke botlhoko jwa serotswana basadi bomme bo kilibile mang ba ne ba tea ba kwa godimo le ko tlase ba hetela kwa ba photlhela kwa ba ya kwa ebe ba boa kampuru ono faretswe tshega e photlhile mosele motsetsi a ja motogo ka satla o mohisa go lwantwa dingwe gate ke ntwa sa maphata ke ra tsone tseo tsa maphata godimo tlako sa botsotsi tekisa ba sa upa mbuka legano ba ga tsho nna ruri ga ke atla go boka bempoko ba teng ha ba ka nkutla ke re ke a boka ba ka tloga ba eta banjala khongwana nna re o shula sa ntlogela le haile ka ya le botlwana ke tle go ka ya maina sa maskhulu hela ka selo se rona re se bitsa re re ke thethele ya ga mmakeretetse ke thithile tota ya ga Makeretise tse le teletseng banna maloba monna a tshwara taba ka lopapa a tshwara taba ka belo la mothale le ke sitswe ke loso maraso a borokgwa ba phanya ga khatlase selo se ke tapotapo mmutlwa mo kankata po e padileng ga maila ba ga etsho gongwe le gongwe kolo yang teng tsamaya lo rekisa sama sekgulu se le ngena balo yang kwa Lesotho ko teateaneng thabeng tsa maluti buang ka ga selo se le balo yang kwa Botswana namaneng tse ditona ba kwena ba boleleleng ka ga selo se le halo ka bala tswa jana lwa heta ko mahikeng bolelelang barolong ka sosi ka gore batho bao ke bo mora matheola ke bo mora matheolela thuto ba sa thithe tholo sa mathetela thuto di sa thithe barolong tota barola hutsi halo ka bala tsamela ko taung ba tlhapile ba boleleng ka re batho bao ke ba tlhapa ka lebese ba iphorola ka tlhoa motsamaisi tlega ke batle go diala nako ke a kwetoga nna ke boela morago ke gopola felong go kakaletseng bokolo bo mogamisi felong go kakaletseng bo tshabile o tshabileng go tlola moroto a khome khubedu a ba itlhomontse bo tjara mme re ba go botsa gore mosimone la ntse a balabala o le manyole o ba re o re nna ke mo kakale hela ga ke a kakalala ka lentsa me ka lentse me phata ya me phata a godimo motsamaisi ga ke yo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Linda Tuwai Smith.
In my language, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, raurangatira mā, tēnā koutou katoa. To those of you who have the authority on this land, to your languages, to your sovereignty, greetings. Very humbled to have been invited to a land that I've always wanted to visit. It's like going back to our humanity. And I feel like a great grandchild to return to where we all emerge from. So thank you for inviting me. The poem, hopefully someone will translate for me, but I've never been introduced by a poem before. So it's kind of thrown me off a bit. However, my topic today really is to focus on why think about research when we're thinking about decolonizing. I don't tend to use the term decoloniality. I come through a different intellectual tradition. I think for many Indigenous peoples, our experience has been about being colonized and about colonization and how that has been experienced across multiple contexts and how we come to understand that. I want to thank you for, I guess, relating to my work. When I wrote Decolonizing Methodologies, I wrote it immediately after I had submitted my PhD. It was the piece of work my supervisor said, do not put it into your PhD, you've done enough. But I wanted to say some things about research, and hence the book that came out. But I also wanted to be very clear about where I was writing from, the land that I'm writing from, which is Aotearoa, you know it as New Zealand. I wanted to speak about the experiences that my ancestors had through colonization. I wanted to talk about the struggles that we have had to reassert our knowledge, our language, and our sense of what we call rangatiratanga, authority or sovereignty over ourselves. And so I'm always humbled when other peoples from other places have read that work and have related to it in some way and have found it useful for translating into their contexts. So thank you for that. I come from about 5 different tribes in New Zealand, through my mother, through one tribe. It is the most well-known tribe for the role of women in our society. Women in this tribe, Ngāti Porou, are known for being outspoken, frank, to the point, no muck around, say what we need to say. We assume we are equals with our men. On my father's side, I come from 3 or 4 or 5 different tribes. And in saying that, I'm also speaking a story about the fragmentation caused by colonisation. To come from 3 or 4 or 5 different tribes is to speak to movement, to speak to disruption, to speak to fragmentation of our families and of our tribes. And I might later on in the week talk to you about that in more detail. So firstly, some general comments then about decolonising. If I were to break it down, I see it in 3 different ways. Usually I talk about it in 2 ways. Firstly, I guess when my graduate students are thinking about it, it's all about dismantling, right? Dismantling Western hegemony, dismantling statues, dismantling language, dismantling disciplines. And certainly that is one part of the work of decolonising. What is it we dismantle? What is it we reject? What is it we choose to set aside? But the other part of it is a rebuilding part, right? It's a creative part. Because if you dismantle things, what fills the void? And if you're not prepared for that filling of a void, then you get a default and probably worse example of colonisation than what you had hoped for in the first place. So it's really important that we bring to the work of decolonising an imagination about the future, an imagination about the kinds of people we will become in a decolonised world. Because for me, as not just as a theoretician, but as a practitioner, if we don't change as people, and we think we can just change the colouring, change the decorations, change the furniture, then we're just going to carry on acting as we are today. So to me, decolonising is really complex work. It is, yes, about the curriculum and about knowledge and about pedagogy, but it's also about us. It's also about how we imagine ourselves to be, how we imagine ourselves to become in decolonised and decolonising spaces. So it's also about deconstructing, right? And I've already heard, you already all understand that. And about reimagining something different. And it's really, at one level we can say that in an abstract sense. We can all reimagine something. But it's about understanding what it takes to realise our imaginations, to understand how much our imagination itself has been colonized, that what we see as a future has already been shaped by what we've experienced, and to what extent we can break out of the constraints of the colonization and colonialism that has actually shaped us, that has given us language, given us systems, and given us constructs that we use at a common sense level. So decolonizing is also about changing the common sense, changing our common sense about reality, about relationships, about what we eat, when we eat, what we dream, when we go to sleep at night, very practical things. And it's really challenging to think about those things in a practice way. And really that's what I want to bring to this week, is this sort of integration of theory, practice, reflection, theory, practice, reflection. It's work. I actually think it's really important work that we constantly do. That's why I have grey hair, because it's hard work, but it's also intergenerational work. It's the work that we do that ensures that our children don't have to repeat it, but they will still have work to do. And it's work that our grandchildren will do, and our great-grandchildren will do, because we're not talking simply about a magic fix. So why research? As has already been alluded to, and as I think you all know, imperialism and colonialism, as much as it was about economic exploitation, extraction, about enslavement, about the taking of lands, and about disruption, it was also a project of knowledge. It was a knowledge project, and it was both about the conquest of knowledge, the appropriation of knowledge, and the creation and representation of knowledge back to us, as if we did not create our own knowledge. It comes back to us in the displays that we see in museums. It gets represented to us as if white people created it, when in fact they stole it. It's about not just the taking of land, but the taking of knowledge. It's about asserting a Western system of power and domination over peoples, over societies, economies, and also over knowledge. It's about extraction of resources and knowledge. It's about the enslavement of peoples and their knowledge. It's about the redefining of reality and what counts as real and fanciful and true and false. It's about the fragmenting of social and familial relations. It's about turning ourselves against ourselves. It's about restructuring power within our own families, tribes, and peoples. It's about destroying credibility and legitimacy of our governance and leadership structures. It's about dismissing our leaders as idiots and clowns. Some of them may have been that. It's about imposing new classification systems for organising knowledge. It's about creating hierarchies of knowledge, particularly racial hierarchies. It's about determining what fits within acceptable knowledge and what is excluded. It's about appropriating knowledge and then representing our own ideas our own creations, our own art forms, our own material cultures, our own innovations and technologies back to us as if they were created in the UK or in Europe. Why is research important? Research is deeply implicated in imperial and colonial knowledge, science systems, technology. It is part of the ecosystem of knowledge. When we think about the institutions that we're in, academic institutions, how do they define themselves? They are creators and producers of knowledge. They legitimate knowledge. They accredit knowledge. They turn out people with qualifications who have acceptable knowledge. They create what they refer to as reliable knowledge, scientific knowledge, rational knowledge. Research is integral to the way that system works, right? It is not just about teaching. Teaching is one component of it. Curriculum is one component of it. But what do we teach? What is in our curriculum? It's informed entirely by these ideas about what matters, what counts. It is informed entirely by the classification systems that were created really as the explosion of knowledge that came after the Enlightenment and through Europe's expansion across the globe. Research on its own is a powerful institution, and it's really important to understand it, not just as a culture and as a practice that we do, but as an institution of knowledge. And by institution, I mean it has rules, it has values, it has regulations, it has systems of power within it, it has language and codes. It is huge. It has money. It has access to systems of power. It has credibility. And it exists not only inside the academy, but it exists outside academic institutions. And if you sort of think about, why is what we do in the academy so difficult sometimes to change? And that's because we don't fully, with great respect to the deans and the protocols of the institution, we don't fully control the curriculum. All right, who controls the curriculum? There are scholarly societies, there are discipline organisations, there are professional organisations, there are the publishing industry itself, there is the demands of the labour market, there are public and private vested interests in what we do, there are accreditation systems, there are funding systems that are attached. And more than that, there is a public hegemony over what they have come to believe universities and academic institutions should be doing. Right? You should be teaching that. That's what we send our children to you to do. They should come out looking like what the movies say graduations look like. They should not be coming out as an anti-colonial activist who's going to disrupt the government and the whole of society, right? They need to come out respectable. And that's what we're up against. So, one of the reasons I focused on research is I'd already been travelling around different parts of the world as a younger person, and I heard the same story from different communities And they would stand up, someone would stand up and they would say, "We are the most researched people in the world." Have you heard that phrase? Well, I've heard it all over the world. And that sort of, I was curious about it. Like, why are they saying this? Why are they saying this at home, my place? Why are they saying this in Australia and in Sami land, in the Arctic Circle, in Greenland? Why is this perception that communities have that they are the most researched people in the world? And it seemed to me that told a story. They were telling a story about the power of research and the impact of research on their lives. And if you kind of break it down, there's now a whole new vocabulary about how this younger generation of scholars have defined or described that sense of being researched to death. All right? Being researched to death. And there are different methods that people refer to. I don't know if you know the work of Eve Tuck, who was an amazing scholar from Alaska. But there's like damage research, deficit research, helicopter research, fly in, fly out. All these kind of examples of research which were telling us that our communities felt powerless. They felt they were being exploited but couldn't quite articulate how. They could see that some people were becoming experts on telling their stories and on reframing their stories to fit a different narrative. And it became even more of a challenge when our people started to go to universities and started to challenge their teachers, their professors, about the knowledge that they were hearing about themselves. That happened in a big way in New Zealand, in my university, and all our universities in New Zealand around the 1970s, when more and more Māori people my age were going to universities and were saying, "No, that's not our history, that's bullshit, we're not going to listen to it, you're wrong." All right, so it takes a lot, right, for a student to stand up, tell a professor, "You're wrong. What you're saying about us is wrong, and we're not going to put up with it anymore." And of course it caused a great deal of consternation, anger. People were upset. They wanted to ban certain students, but it was too late. Because when our communities heard about that, the students were actually quite mild. I don't know about your grandmothers and your aunties, but if they come into our institution, usually all the officials run away and lock the door. Because when you get a telling off from one of our aunties, you know that you are being humiliated into the earth. And that's what happened, is our community started to push back. But here's the challenge. We don't like your research, but we have our own ideas about what we want to do. We want to do our own research, thank you very much. And then we get told, "But you're not qualified." So we try and qualify ourselves. And we go to all these classes where, in my case, it was a feminist class and everything was about white women. So you sit there as part of a little group of brown women, 2 of us, and think, why are we sitting in this class? How can we get out of this class? Do we have to listen to all this BS? Okay, let's go and write our own curriculum. Let's define our own version of feminism. We don't want that. And then you go and sit in another class, and another class, and another class. And I think that's really where I started to realise that we can react to things, we can decide this is not what we want, but then we have to do the work of what is it we want. Right? How do you write a curriculum? Well, I was in teacher education. I was a year one graduate student in a teacher education program, and I got the opportunity to write a whole curriculum course as a student. And I also taught the course as a student. I think my husband Graham did the same, that we decided to write our own curriculum and do the work of convincing the Teachers College to allow us to teach this one course. And of course there are lots of rules. Yes, you can teach it, but it doesn't have any credit. Yes, you can teach it, but you can't make it compulsory. Yes, you can teach it, but it has to be after hours. And what, you want food? You want to serve food in your class? And tea and coffee? You want hot water? You know, and we're going, yes, we have to have food. Food is a fundamental part of Māori pedagogy. It is a fundamental part of what a good conversation needs. Food. We will have food in our class, and that'll be part of our pedagogy. The truth is, we were making all of this up. And I think the point of what I want to say is, we can imagine decolonizing methods, but we've got to get down and try some out. That's right. Try it. All right? Because otherwise, if all we do is talk about it, all we will do is replicate what we have experienced. If we have experienced sitting in lecture halls, we are pinned down into a chair, pinned against a table, how do you disrupt that? If we experience a class that's 1 hour, well actually 50 minutes, you get 5 minutes for being late and 5 minutes if you need to leave early. So 50-minute chunks of knowledge. And when we look to our traditional ways of learning, we never learned in 50-minute blocks. So when we started to research our own knowledge systems, what do we find? We did most of our learning at night. We did a great deal of learning in the early hours of the morning, before dawn. And we thought, well, that's a bit impractical. Some of us have finished partying, and you know, it's dawn, it's not a good time now. So you start making decisions about what it is you can practically do to begin this work of decolonizing a curriculum and decolonizing pedagogy. Now, all of that we documented. So to me, when I think about research, yeah, I can go and do fancy projects. You know, I know what it is like to manage a multi-million-dollar research project and a research centre. But down on the ground, research to me is about documenting what we do. It's about thinking about our questions. What do we want to find out? What are we curious about? What's the problem that we're really trying to address? How do we understand that? And what is the language we need to describe that? Because often we're trapped in the master's language, right? Part of the master's tools, as Audre Lorde said, her term, the master's tools, is language itself. And if we're trapped in language, we're trapped in it. And I think that's why Indigenous languages, that's why all your languages become really important, because they are epistemic gold mines, if I can use that term in a mining country. They are a wealth of knowledge is encoded in our languages, and they give us an alternative vision of what is possible. So, for example, and I know my 30 minutes is up, recently in New Zealand we got a new national holiday. So as you know, in the Southern Hemisphere, we've all just celebrated New Year's, right? But actually, it's not our New Year's. In Aotearoa in New Zealand, January the 1st is not really our New Year's. Our New Year's is in June, July, the end of winter, the beginning of spring. It is when we begin to see the Pleiades star system in our skies, and we call it Matariki. And after years of work, we now have a holiday, a national holiday, called Matariki. So bringing back into the world a reality that people only dreamed about is about beginning to reframe our calendar year. And we're quite happy to have 2 holidays. You know, we're quite happy to celebrate, we call it the Toho Pākehā, the New Year white people, if you translated it into Māori. And then Matariki in June, which for us is much more ceremonial. It's not about parties, it's about celebrating, recognising those who have died in the last 12 months and about looking forward to the future. It is a time of reflection and a time of hope. So having a party New Year's in January and a reflection New Year's in June, July seems to us like that's a pretty good decolonizing of New Year's agenda. And it's also about being creative, all right? Trying to be creative. Will that last 100 years? We have to work hard to make it last through this government, because there are forces in the government we currently have who want to get rid of it. Because they say there are too many holidays in New Zealand, let's just take out the Māori one. You know, and I'm thinking, well, there's quite a few other holidays we get. You can remove them, but keep our one. So, just to kind of summarise, whether we're talking about schooling, academia, teaching, curriculum, assessment, we're talking about knowledge. And across all those dimensions, there are multiple systems inside them that we need to think in practical terms about how we decolonise those. And I'm kind of serious when I say I've got grey hairs. I'm 75 and I've been working at this all my life. I think we've won gains. There are things that we have achieved and there's still work in progress. So I think it's really important when you're thinking about decolonising, it's a long-term goal. We're thinking long-term, all right? Not rushing it so that we can do a few performative exercises by, you know, in the next 5 years strategic plan, and then we're decolonised. I don't think it's that kind of work. It's the kind of work which ultimately is transforming society, transforming every element, and ultimately transforming who we are as people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can I have you here? Because part of what we're going to do now, and when we have the roving mics come in, because what we're going to be doing now is to essentially move to a Q&A session. And I know that there are many many questions in the room. It's not every day that we have a legendary scholar addressing us. And I think that at least part of what I appreciate every time when I listen to your keynote addresses, and I've had the pleasure of listening to you, I think, in 2024 in Christchurch for the International Media and Communication Research Conference. And I like the idea that you always go back to that when we're talking about decolonization, we need to not only imagine the issue of dismantling the traditions that we have inherited from colonialism, but also imagine, and this is the part that you're talking about, deconstructing and rebuilding, past of what we then would have dismantled. I imagine that we have the roving mics, right, colleagues? All right. We'll take the questions in about, let's say, what's manageable, about 4. And then we'll come back for another round if there is any. I know that the ladies here have to rush. I think that they are quite in demand as we have adopted a 12th language. So we may not be compliant in the sessions that follow with regards to be as inclusive as possible. I see that Professor Mpofu there at the back has got his hand up, so we'll start there. And then we'll then move here forward to Professor Sekgalo, who also has a hand up. There's another hand there, so that's about 3 for now. And then we'll move on then to, I see that Mphahlele also has her hand up, so that's about 4. So we'll take those 4, and then we'll come back for another round. Thank you so much, colleagues. Start there, Professor Mpofu.
Oh.
Okay.
Professor Mpofu said I must start first. Thank you. My name is Zinzile Mdlulwa, a PhD student of Humanities Department. I am researching about investigate colonial theological frameworks that have shaped church response to land ecology and biodiversity loss, in particularly looking in the African context. Let me say thank you, Prof, for your address. It has deeply influenced the question I now considered central to my research. I have 2 questions that I want to ask. The first question: how do we design research methodologies that treat the land, communities, and ancestral knowledge as core researchers rather than objects? The second question: if colonialism is embedded in research itself, can knowledge even be neutral, or must every inquiry be an act of ethical relation? I thank you.
I'm tempted to say he's taken my questions, Prof. Charlie. So that my question relates to issues around research and publishing in a context where publish or perish, is it a threat or whatever we may call it? And the tension that exists between reviewers and Global South scholars especially, because journals would not ordinarily send your work to a Global South scholar who would understand the decolonial posture that you are bringing across in your methodology and whatever you're writing about. And then you find that you are being thrown into this tension between decoloniality and sort of Western methodologies that you are not actually advancing in your work. And what I want you to sort of engage with is the fight and how should we fight smartly, as it were, as Global South scholars, between the reviewer and the publishing system in trying to advance and stand our ground as decolonial scholars, and also bring across the ways of seeing the world and the ways of seeing research that we are advocating for. And I speak about this mostly for emerging scholars, junior scholars who are actually new into this publishing game, and also even established scholars, where your university expects an output, but also there's is it a moral issue, an ethical issue on your side to advance a certain way of thinking and a certain way of seeing the world, which in some cases the university might not see it. All they want is the output. I hope I'm clear on that.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Prof. Smith, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for your lecture this morning. I think it's such a privilege for us to be in the same room with you and to listen to you. Part of the work that you do that I draw from a lot is the idea or principle of kaupapa, particularly when it comes to ethics, because of the problematic ways in which we apply ethics or ethics principle we draw from the Belmont Report and all of those things. And often it does not acknowledge our lived experiences and worldviews in terms of how we engage with each other as indigenous people, even just from how we enter our communities, how we engage with our elders, how we address our elders, and enforcing the idea that we must use synonyms, for example, and knowing that our African names in our context carry so much meaning that if I now give somebody another name for the sake of research, what does that take from the story that they share? And so I'm just interested in a bit of your reflections around how you use and apply the principles of kaupapa drawing from the Maori knowledge system. Thank you.
Thank you. And then.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melinda. Mine is actually not a question, but a comment. And that comment, I find it, what you've just said, I found it quite significant that we're starting with that kind of narrative. And the narrative to say that, yes, we need to dismantle, even today, because yes, normally when we talk about coloniality, we're thinking to the back, but what is happening today is that it is still continuing, but in a different manner. But then it creates a very big challenge to us in terms of how do we proceed. We know we have to do it, but how we do it. And the challenge in that is that for us to do it, let me say, successfully, we need already to know who we are. We need to be grounded in who we are and what is it that we want us to see in ourselves in the future. And for that, for me, is quite very important and quite challenging in the sense that if we haven't really sat down to define who we are now and who we want to be in the future, not to say that the future is going to define for us who we want to be, but we are taking the realities of going forward. Earlier on, Professor Mashau also spoke about the advent of AI. And what does it mean to us today? What does it mean to us today when we define, when we visualize ourselves and reimagine ourselves going forward? As I said, not so much a question, but a comment. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mpatlele. Prof, shall I invite you back?
Oh, thank you. This is like a test. I feel like it's an assessment. And okay. I think as academics, we want to design things that are rational, right? And we plan it, we write it down, we can test it, we get feedback, we do objectives, we do aims, we do, a whole lot of stuff we've been trained to do when we're designing, interventions, when we're designing innovations. But if you look at our communities, they do none of that. They just up and do it. And they're really smart. And I'm really intrigued when I look at the way our communities solve some of the issues that they're challenged with. For example, climate change. Or somebody mentioned COVID. Well, at home during COVID, all our communities solved the food distribution problem by returning to traditional food methods. And they did it the flip of the switch. It was still in them, all right? The knowledge was still there. And they were able to mobilize and to get food, to purchase food, to find food, and to then distribute food across quite large geographic communities. Elders were told to stay home. The food will be delivered to them. Our tribes, for example, got hold of us. Do you need food? Do you need firewood? So COVID, in a way, sort of demonstrated to us that some of our ancient knowledge is still there if we choose to act upon it. And it wasn't professionals who did this, right? It wasn't people who were expert in distribution and supply. It was whatever grandchild, nephew, cousin, uncle, auntie had a car that had gasoline that could go from A to B to C, who had a bank card that they could use at the supermarket, or who had cash. And that was random. The reason it worked is the whole community came together to ensure that people were safe, that people were supported. The young ones stepped up. Our teenagers, our young adults, basically were the ones who had to do the work. They were considered the most, healthy and the least likely to get COVID. So in a crisis, if you look at communities, what do they do in a crisis? Because they don't all fall apart, right? They dig in. There's a great depth of survivance. It's more than just resilience. I don't like the word resilience, because resilience to me is like you just hang on for dear life. Whereas survivance, you have innovation, you're thinking, you're analysing, you're being creative about what you do. And, You know, you ask about how can we ensure that we're not just doing projects. I think that's so important. I don't think we never envisaged our initiatives with our language nests, our language schooling were never projects. They were always visions of changing the world. Right, so we're good at visioning in our communities. We love visions, right? And a vision can drive and motivate and inspire a whole community. Do we know exactly what we're doing? No. Do we have all the resources? No. Do we have the skills? No. Do we have the energy? Yes. Are we inspired? Yes. Will we give it a go? Yes. Will we make mistakes? Yes. Will we learn from our mistakes? Yes. We will get off our knees and we will try again. That's what a vision has helped us to do. Many of our projects failed. Like if you think wide scale, a lot of good ideas fail at implementation. Right? Just think about all the government programs you know of. They start out as a great idea and then they get implemented, which is like another word for they get destroyed. The heart of it gets, the guts of it ripped out. Then it becomes about performativity and about compliance and about evaluation. And it loses then that inspiration and that element of gifting, the gifting of goodwill, the reciprocity, the things that a community will give freely in order to ensure that something works. The moment it becomes a program, all right, people can't gift anymore. You're excluded from gifting. You're excluded from a reciprocity economy. That all falls apart. I think there was a question that the guts of it was, can knowledge ever be neutral? Well, I don't think knowledge can be neutral. Knowledge is always part of a system and a context. My fundamental assumptions when I'm doing research is that knowledge is not neutral. Knowledge is shaped. Knowledge is interested. And one of the ways that we mitigate that, or we think about knowledge, is a requirement that we make all our students do, which we call a positionality statement. Position yourself, develop the context so that people who read your work know where you're coming from. All right? That's the way of keeping your knowledge honest, having integrity, so that others can see where you are coming from. Publish or perish. Okay, so I've sat on many promotions committees, I've been on many editorial boards, I've reviewed, refereed many articles. I'm currently assessing a whole lot of projects and proposals, but my own career is completely different to what I was told I should do. All right? So I was told you have to write a lot of journal articles. I went and looked at all the journals, they're all horrible. I don't want my work in those journals. It's not like, do they want me? The question is, do I want them? Do I want my name in that journal? No, they're not having my work. I'll write it myself. People are going, they assess publishing companies. They've got a book, they've done their book. That's wonderful, but it's not with the right academic press, all right? And my book was published by Z Books. I chose Z Books for 2 reasons. I went to the Third World Shop in Auckland, and I looked at all the books and thought, I'd quite like to write a book and have it on this shelf. And when I looked at all the books, they were written by Z. Then when I looked up Z Books, it was a cooperative. And I thought, I like the idea of a cooperative. So I wrote a cold, letter saying, I want to write a book. Here's my chapter outlines. Here's my introduction. I did a mishmash of my PhD thesis, and I sent it to them. I also talked to some other publishers in New Zealand. All the New Zealand ones said, I'm not sure if there's that much appetite for a research book. I thought, okay. Z Books wrote back and said, have you submitted this to any other publishers formally? And I said, no, not really. And they said, please don't. Please give us time to review it, and we will come back to you as soon as possible. So I chose them, all right? So that's not what's recommended often in academic careers. You're meant to choose reputable university publishing houses, or you go to, the big names like Oxford, you name it. It's all about this imagined reputation. Well, in the Indigenous world, I just imagine them as being colonising publication companies. Right, they are deeply implicated in knowledge and in the colonisation and reproduction of knowledge that continues to colonise us. Do they deserve our work? So we have to make decisions and compromises sometimes about where we want our work published. I've started 4 journals because I thought, no, I don't like all those feminist journals. So we started a Māori women's journal. We knew absolutely zero about how to publish a journal. But we knew women who could write. And the core of, why do you want to publish? Is you want to communicate ideas and research in a conversation to an audience who is interested in these things. And so, it is about understanding audience. Who do you want to read your work? Who do you really want to read your work? All right? And how do you write for them? Also, there's different things you can do in an academic profile. All right? There's your journal articles, your peer-reviewed. There's the things that I think we all owe to our own national systems of publishing in journals in our own countries, that we owe to our region, that we owe to our communities. I've started writing children's books. I've written poetry. I've written love stories. I've written papers on trauma. I've written on methods. I think my message to you is write about things you love, things you're passionate about, things you want to tell a story about, and then find those outlets who you want your name associated with. Because when you give them your work, you are giving them your intellectual property, you are giving them your name, you are giving them your accumulated knowledge, you are giving them your audience. So you need to understand the value of what you give when you send an article away to be reviewed. And when you get those horrible reviews, you've got to ask, is this person an idiot? Does this person really understand my work? Is this the kind of reviewer my work deserves? I mean, we think we have no agency, right? I think we do. We just have to be really clear about what we stand for. There's a couple of questions here I can't answer simply. You know, in terms of the Global South, how should we, as scholars, advance the way we see the world? I think we do this. We think about multiple ways that we can communicate our ideas. But our ideas don't matter if our communities don't support us. If our communities don't support us, why would our ideas matter? So how do we ensure that our audiences and our communities support us? We have to design what are called knowledge translation activities that include them. We have to go and speak with them. We have to bring them into horrible places like, you know, academic institutions and make them safe for our communities. But we also have to go out there. And we have to think of creative ways. I mean, you young scholars have a wide range of creative opportunities that my generation never had. You can go on TikTok and you can talk a research paper on TikTok and that'll get an audience, all right? So part of it is communication to the right audiences and developing that audience. Kaupapa, that's a kind of big, it's a big kaupapa, a big topic that I'll probably address and Graham will address through the week. And then the comment, that was also a question, which is unusual. Often people say they're going to ask a question and give a comment. So thank you for giving a comment and then asking a question. How do we proceed successfully, you know, when we're trying to dismantle? Don't be afraid of failure. Sometimes we're not successful, but we get better at doing it. Right, we get better at doing it. So to me, the first step is have a go and learn, evaluate, assess, think about what worked, move the next step. If it fails, it might be a great idea, wrong time, wrong audience, wrong time of day. Park it up, think of something else, but don't ditch it. It could be a good idea, waiting for the right moment. So that's a kind of practical, practice-based approach. Try. Just try. You never know what's going to work. And if it works, try it several times to ensure that that wasn't sort of random, and then start to embed it into your practice. So thank you very much for your questions. I know I didn't answer all of them thoroughly.
Thank you so much, Prof. And I'm looking to Winnie for guidance. I know that there's supposed to be another session after this, and I'm worried about time. And I know that Professor Smith is here for the whole week. So I think for the questions that we are not able to take, and I see there's one there, she will be available, you know, for engagement on the sidelines or during her sessions, that we're able to raise those, because I think that we've really ran out of time. But thank you so much for being such an attentive audience. And also thank you so much to Professor Smith for the wonderful keynote. See you, colleagues, in the next sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Charlie, and thank you, Prof. Melinda. You are Melinda in South Africa. Melinda. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I'm not going to call for the last time Mokakale to render a poem for the last time. And after that, we'll go for a photo shoot. While he's busy, can you reapply your lipstick in the meantime? We are going for a photo shoot after this.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Where knowledge learns to breathe. In January, each January, when summer stands awake, Unisa opens more than a door. It opens questions long denied a voice, and lessons as old certainties fall. Within a College of Human Sciences care, a school is formed not bound by walls or time, erased between the footnote of the line. The Decoloniality Summer School returns, a ritual of thought, a yearly flame, 11 times by 2025, still burning, still refusing to be tamed. Sekolo sa Decoloniality Summer School SDT Siabowa. Moetlo wa mogopolo kgabo ya ngwaga le ngwaga ya tuka. E tankgologile maloba jale maloba a tlhola. E santse e tuka malakabe a kgabo ya molelo wa thuto. Here, knowledge is not neutral nor polite. It carries power, scars, and history. So every concept is gently undone. To ask who spoke and who forced to be. Power is named around, allowed, not left unseen. Each shadow traced across the printed page. Being itself is questioned, held to light. Beyond the limits, emperor tried to cage. Afrocentric versions take the floor, not as guests, but as rightful hosts, recentering worlds miscalled peripheral, reviving truths. This person is disturbing me. From distant shores and nearly streets they come, scholars, activists, students, side by side, bearing languages disciplined into silence, and questions history tried to hide. They gather not to consume a curriculum, but to wrestle with thought and lived pain, to test if theory can still walk barefoot along the uneven roads of slaying. Dithutano di kitlanya mogote wa selemo. Matsatsi a kitlangwa ke dipuisano le mogopolo. Mo ditheetso di monwang jaaka sebitsi sa mogote se se botse, le go ithuta gore go tewang ka summer school. In 2025, last year, a name was spoken, Fanon beyond Fanon, fears alive, a call to live decoloniality daily, not only read it, cite it, or archive. Fanon is not a stature in this space, but a convention that keeps unfolding, challenging comfort, courage as liberation refuses to stop holding. The classroom, once imagined neutral ground, is revealed as a site of contest and care, where syllabi can wound or can heal, depending whose words are welcome here. Thus, the future announces itself early, with 2026 clearly in sight, decolonizing the classroom named as task, a pedagogy prepared to fight. Go lwantsha tebalo, go lwantsha tlhatlagano, go lwantsha ditumelo tse di reng kitso e mo kea, go ruta ka ditsela tse di gololang mogopolo le go bopa mogopolo o tlhomameng wa kitso. Researchers relearn how to ask, not to extract, but to stand with the truth. Students discover their lives are texts, no obstacles to academic proof. Practitioners return to their fields renowned, carrying questions heavier than before, yet lighter in spirit, knowing now that teaching can also be indoor. Here, learning is not rushed to conclusions, nor measured only by output or speed. It pauses to ask who benefits most and who has been denied the need. January becomes more than a month. It becomes a season of reimagining, where knowledge inhales forgotten words and exhales colonial flaming. Ngwaga le ngwaga summer school e rotloetsa gore decolonization ga se tiragalo fela, mme ke botshelo jo bo tshelwang jo bo himiwang jwa ditiragalo go tlhoka botshepegi, thotloetso, ikemisetso. So Unisa plants this annual seed. So Unisa plants these annual seeds in minds prepared to change and stay awake. A summer school where knowledge learns to breathe and freedom begins with what we dare to remake. Thank you, Chair.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now.
The University of South Africa prides itself for being the African university,
however improbable,
shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today, we celebrate you for having successfully completed your qualifications. To you we say, halal. To all our graduated diplomats this ceremony, please press the spark to the following instructions. For data to have your SIP ticket and yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you in the service. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to raise on the bottom of the stage and when you may proceed to what you want to be traced and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the stage. You will hand your SIP card to the dean or college representative. Unisa is the first turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage from the first public university. The dean or college representative will announce his education and hand you back your SIP card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, the acting vice chancellor, and kneel with your right knee on the student. At this point, the degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your university text. Continue towards the registrar, standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience. And remember to stand on the letters with some of the notes will be in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stage closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat.
Campuses. Unisa's Muckleneuk campus
For postgraduate and undergraduate diploma candidates, you will also be wearing your heels before entering the Florida
campus.
You will be signaled by a graduation officer to rise and approach the stage. You need to have your SIP ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand,
including Ethiopia and
a graduations officer will then indicate where you need to wait at the bottom of the stage and when you may proceed to go out to the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card.
By using research,
proceed towards the registrar, standing at the end of the stage.
To this end, Unisa is working on the following.
Stop in front of the registrar and stand on the mat with feet markers.
As a discipline,
turn and face the audience. Your second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment.
Policy-related
leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table on the far right of the stage to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat.
And South Africa's
we hope that you will enjoy this occasion.
Player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to
the University
studies.
of South Africa
in 2022,
prides itself
students from
for
the
being the
Department
African
of Mechanical
University
Engineering participated
shaping
in the Sasol
futures
Solar
in the
Challenge
service
with
of
their
humanity.
solar-powered car that travels
We
from
congratulate
Johannesburg to
all our
Cape Town
students
without using
for
a
having
single
walked
drop
this
of
journey
fuel.
with us.
Energy studies.
And today, we
Unisa's
celebrate
Institute
you
for Development
for having
of Energy for
successfully
African
completed your
Sustainability
qualifications.
specializes in designing
To you
chemical
we say,
processes, reducing
Hala
material
ala.
and energy consumption, as
To
well
all
as
our
carbon
graduates and
dioxide emissions.
diplomandi in this ceremony,
Space studies
please pay
and
attention
square
to the
kilometer
following
array.
instructions.
Unisa has been
For degree
extensively involved in
qualifications,
the $1 billion
a
square
graduations
kilometer array
officer
project
will
since
signal degree
2012.
candidates
The Unisa
to rise
Observatory,
and approach the
situated on the
stage.
main campus, is a
You will need to have your
modern
SIP
facility
ticket and the
housing
yellow
a 14-inch
photography card
telescope
in your right
with the
hand
College of Science,
with your hood
Engineering
already
and
draped over your
Technology
shoulders.
offers undergraduate
One of the
courses in
official photography
astrophysics
officers
and astronomy
will take the
with
yellow photography
specialization
card
up to
from you.
PhD level.
A
Fourth
graduations
industrial
officer
revolution
will then
and
indicate to
digitalization.
you where you need to
The
wait
fourth
at the
industrial
bottom of the
revolution
stairs,
can be
and when you may
described as the
proceed to
advent
go up
of
onto the
cyber-physical
stage
systems
and stand on the
involving
mat with
entirely
feet
new
markers
capabilities for
next
people
to the
and
podium.
machines. Examples
You will hand in your
include
seat
genome
card to the
editing
dean
and
or
new
college
forms of machine
representative.
intelligence. The
Turn
College
and
of
face the
Graduate Studies
audience
will support
and look towards the
promote
photographer
studies into
for your first
4R
on-stage
and
photograph.
digitalization. While the graduate
dean
school
or college
officer's leadership
representative
presents a
will
short
announce your
learning program
details
on big
and hand you
data,
back your seat card.
natural sciences.
You will then proceed
simplest
towards the
definition
chancellor,
of biotechnological
vice chancellor,
studies is
or
applied
acting
biology
vice chancellor,
through the application
and kneel
of
with your
biological
right knee
knowledge
on
and
the stool.
techniques to develop products
At
or
this
services.
point,
The
your
Unisa's
degree
College of
will be
Agriculture and
conferred.
Environmental Sciences
You will then
is one of the
proceed to the
main
next
partners in
official
the African
who will
Biogenome
congratulate
Project,
you by
a
shaking your
coordinated
hand.
Pan-African effort
Continue
piloting
towards the
project
registrar,
with a key objective
standing
of
at the end of the
sequencing
stage.
100,000 endemic
Turn and
species.
face the audience.
Health
And remember to
or
stand on the mat
pharmaceutical
with
studies.
feet markers
The
in
Department
front of the
Health
registrar
Studies is
and
prepared for the
smile
challenge
for the
of
camera.
equipping their students
A
with
second
research
on-stage
skills
photograph
and expertise
will be
in
taken
the
at
field of
that
health
moment.
and pharmaceutical studies.
Leave the stage by the
UNESCO
stairs
Unisa
closest to the
Africa
registrar.
Chair in nanoscience
Proceed
and
to the table at the
nanotechnology
far
is leading
right
the
to
international
receive your
research into the
certificate.
nano-delivery of
After
medicinal
receiving your
drugs,
certificate,
including African
proceed
herbal
down the
medicine,
stairs to the
College of
foyer
Law
area
offers an
where a
elective
head and
undergraduate
shoulders
model
photograph
on medical
will be
law.
taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat.
Theorizations. In the College of Human Sciences,
For postgraduate
the Institute
and
for Gender
undergraduate
Studies,
diploma
the College of
candidates,
Education,
you will
and
also
the
be
Graduate
wearing your
School of
hood
Business
before
all
entering the
contribute
hall.
to the
You will be
interdisciplinary
signaled by a
research
graduations
into
officer
eliminating
to
gender-based
rise and
violence,
approach the stage.
homophobia and transphobia,
You need to have your
and
sit
discrimination
ticket and
against
the
women
yellow
in the
photography
workplace
card
and the
in your
political
right
arena.
hand.
The Institute also uses education
A graduations
about gender
officer
as an
will then
effective way to
indicate
achieve
to you
gender
where you need
equality
to wait
and
at the bottom of the
empowerment
stairs, and when you may
Student support
proceed to
and
go up to the
co-curricular
stage and
activities.
stand on the mat
Unisa
with
is
feet
uniquely
markers
placed to offer
next to the
creative
podium.
and radically innovative
You will
ways of
hand your seat
enhancing
card
student
to the
support.
dean or college
Unisa's College of
representative.
Graduate Studies has
Turn
developed
and
a
face the
whole range of
audience
training
and look
programs
towards the
to assist
photographer
and encourage
for your
students.
first on-stage
The advocacy
photograph.
and resource
The
center
dean
for
or
students
college
with
representative
disabilities
will
promotes the
announce your
principle of
details
access for
and
success
hand you
and
back
the Student
your seat
Development
card.
Division provides students
Proceed
with
towards the
social support
registrar,
and leadership
standing at the end
development
of the
services.
stage.
These niche areas find expression in the
Stop
rich
in front of the
tapestry of our
registrar
disciplines,
and
including
stand on
in
the
College
mat
of
with
Accounting
feet
Sciences,
markers.
Agriculture,
Turn and face the
Environmental
audience.
Sciences,
Your
Economic
second
and
on-stage
Management
photograph
Sciences,
will be
Education,
taken at that
Graduate
moment.
Studies, Human
Leave the
Sciences,
stage by the stairs closest to the
Science,
registrar.
Engineering and Technology.
Proceed to the
Graduate
table
School
on the
of
far
Business
right of the
Leadership
stage
and
to
the
receive your
School
certificate.
of Public and
After
International
receiving your
Affairs.
certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area
As a
where
comprehensive
a head and
open
shoulders
distance
photograph
e-learning
will be
institution,
taken.
Unisa
You will
is
then be
recognized
directed
as a
to
serious
return
player
to your
in
seat.
research globally.
We hope that you
From
will enjoy this
publication and
occasion.
journal output to the number of masters and doctoral graduates, we are moving forwards and upwards. Unisa has made substantial progress in research and innovation, as evidenced by several external and credible scientific ranking systems. With the latest ones, the 2023 Webometrics and Shanghai rankings,
The University of
placing us
South
in the
Africa
top 10 universities
prides itself
in the
for being
country.
the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today,
As
we
Africa's
celebrate
leading
you
open distance
for having
e-learning
successfully
university.
completed your
We can reflect
qualifications.
with great pride
To
on
you
the
we
past
say,
150 years
Halala.
of transformational education.
To all our
And
graduates
we are
and
confident in our
diplomandi in
ability
this ceremony,
to succeed and
please
become
pay
a
attention
truly
to the following
high-performance
instructions.
university as
For
we
degree
define
qualifications,
tomorrow.
a graduations officer will signal degree candidates to rise and approach the stage. You will need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean dean or college representative, turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first onstage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. For postgraduate and undergraduate diploma candidates, you will also be wearing your hoods before entering the hall. You will be signaled by a graduations officer to rise and approach the stage. You need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up to the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. Proceed towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Stop in front of the registrar and stand on the mat with feet markers. Turn and face the audience. Your second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table on the far right of the stage to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. We hope that you will enjoy this occasion. The University of South Africa prides itself for being the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today, we celebrate you for having successfully completed your qualifications. To you we say, halala. To all our graduates and diplomandi in this ceremony, please pay attention to the following instructions. For degree qualifications, a graduations officer will signal degree candidates to rise and approach the stage. You will need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience, and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. For postgraduate and undergraduate diploma candidates, you will also be wearing your hoods before entering the hall. You will be signaled by a graduations officer to rise and approach the stage. You need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up to the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. Proceed towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Stop in front of the registrar and stand on the mat with feet markers. Turn and face the audience. Your second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table on the far right of the stage to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area, where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. We hope that you will enjoy this occasion. The University of South Africa prides itself for being the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today, we celebrate you for having successfully completed your qualifications. To you we say, halala. To all our graduates and diplomandi in this ceremony, please pay attention to the following instructions. For degree qualifications, a graduations officer will signal degree candidates to rise and approach the stage. You will need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. For postgraduate and undergraduate diploma candidates, you will also be wearing your hoods before entering the hall. You will be signaled by a graduations officer to rise and approach the stage. You need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up to the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. Proceed towards the registrar, standing at the end of the stage. Stop in front of the registrar and stand on the mat with feet markers. Turn and face the audience. Your second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table on the far right of the stage to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. We hope that you will enjoy this occasion. The University of South Africa prides itself for being the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today, we celebrate you for having successfully completed your qualifications. To you we say, halala. To all our graduates and diplomandi in this ceremony, please pay attention to the following instructions. For degree qualifications, a graduations officer will signal degree candidates to rise and approach the stage. You will need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table at the far right to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. For postgraduate and undergraduate diploma candidates, you will also be wearing your hoods before entering the hall. You will be signaled by a graduations officer to rise and approach the stage. You need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up to the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. Proceed towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Stop in front of the registrar and stand on the mat with feet markers. Turn and face the audience. Your second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar. Proceed to the table on the far right of the stage to receive your certificate. After receiving your certificate, proceed down the stairs to the foyer area, where a head and shoulders photograph will be taken. You will then be directed to return to your seat. We hope that you will enjoy this occasion. The University of South Africa prides itself for being the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. We congratulate all our students for having walked this journey with us. And today, we celebrate you for having successfully completed your qualifications. To you we say, halala. To all our graduates and diplomandi in this ceremony, please pay attention to the following instructions. For degree qualifications, a graduations officer will signal degree candidates to rise and approach the stage. You will need to have your seat ticket and the yellow photography card in your right hand with your hood already draped over your shoulders. One of the official photography officers will take the yellow photography card from you. A graduations officer will then indicate to you where you need to wait at the bottom of the stairs and when you may proceed to go up onto the stage and stand on the mat with feet markers next to the podium. You will hand in your seat card to the dean or college representative. Turn and face the audience and look towards the photographer for your first on-stage photograph. The dean or college representative will announce your details and hand you back your seat card. You will then proceed towards the chancellor, vice chancellor, or acting vice chancellor and kneel with your right knee on the stool. At this point, your degree will be conferred. You will then proceed to the next official who will congratulate you by shaking your hand. Continue towards the registrar standing at the end of the stage. Turn and face the audience and remember to stand on the mat with feet markers in front of the registrar and smile for the camera. A second on-stage photograph will be taken at that moment. Leave the stage by the stairs closest to the registrar.
Raylan Rabaka.
Proceed to the table at the far
Professor
right.
Raylan Rabaka is the
receive your
founder and
certificate.
director of the Center for
After
African and
receiving your
African American
certificate,
Studies
proceed
and
down the
professor of
stairs to the
African,
foyer
African
area,
American and
where
Caribbean
a head and
Studies
shoulders photograph
in the
will be
Department of
taken.
Ethnic Studies
You will then be
at the University of
directed
Colorado
to return
Boulder.
to your seat.
He has published 19 books and more than 100 scholarly
Postgraduate and
articles,
undergraduate diploma
book chapters and
candidates,
essays,
you will also
including
be wearing your hoods
Africana
before
Critical
entering the
Theory
hall.
Against
You will be
Epistemic
signaled by a
Apartheid,
graduations officer To rise and approach the
W.E.B.
stage,
Du Bois
you need to
and
have your SIP
Disciplinary
ticket and the
Decadence
yellow
of
photography
Sociology,
card in your right
Forms
hand.
of Anonism, Franz Fanon's
A
critical
graduations
theory and
officer
the dialectics
will then
of
indicate to you where you
decolonization,
need to wait
concepts
at the
of
bottom the stairs,
Cabralism,
and when you may
Amilcar
proceed
Cabral
to
and
go
the
up to the
Afrikaner
stage
tradition
and
of
stand on
critical
the
theory,
mat with
the
feet markers
Negritude
next to the
movement,
podium.
the Routledge Handbook
You will
of
hand your SIP
Pan-Africanism,
card to the
and Du
dean
Bois,
or college
a critical
representative.
introduction.
Turn and face the audience.
He has been the
and look
recipient
towards
of
the
numerous
photographer
awards and
for
honors,
your first
including
on-stage
funding
photograph.
from the National
The dean
Endowment
or college
for the
representative
Humanities,
will
the
announce
National
the
Endowment for
details
the Arts,
and hand you
the
back
National
your SIP
Science
card.
Foundation, the National
Proceed
Museum
towards
of
the registrar,
African American
standing
History
at the
and
end of the
Culture,
stage.
the National Museum of American History,
Stop in
the
front of the
Smithsonian
registrar
Institution,
and stand on
the
the
Eugene
mat
M.
with feet
Caden and
markers.
Book Award,
Turn
the
and
the
face
Eugene
the
M. Caden
audience.
Book Award,
Your second
the Sheikh Anta
on-stage
Diop Book
photograph
Award,
will be taken
and the
at that
National
moment.
Council for Black
Leave the
Studies
stage by the stairs
Distinguished Career
closest to the
Award.
registrar.
His cultural criticism, social commentary, and political analysis has been featured in print, radio, television, and online media venues such as NPR, PBS, BBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS, MTV, BET, VH1, the New York Times, the Associated Press, The Guardian, and Al Jazeera, among others. He is also a poet and musician, and I'm going to add this. He's a fan of Amapiano. This is just a short bio of CV of Professor Rabaka, because when I looked at it, I realized that it was gonna be this booklet, just his CV. So we decided to cut it and come up, with a few things, but you can Google him. So Professor Rabaka, this is his second time in South Africa in this Decoloniality Summer School. His topic is Sankofa, Decolonizing the Curriculum in the Classroom. Professor Rabaka. Colleagues, please help me in welcoming Professor Rabaka.
Greetings. Habarigani. It's always a pleasure. Can you hear me? It's always a pleasure to be here. It's so good to be back. This is like a homecoming for me. And so again, thank you so much for having me. I'd like to thank our beautiful sister, Kelebemang, for the warm hospitality. I'd like to thank my brother Leon, right? Pasaka. Thank you so much. And for the whole team for working with me. Title of my lecture, I'm going to go right into it. Title of my lecture is Sankofa, Decolonizing the Curriculum and the Classroom. Does it sound good? We good? Like that? Fine? Okay. Just tap the screen. Just tap the screen to move it. Just tap it. Okay. Okay, thank you. I want to begin, as I customarily do, with a little excerpt from a poem. Sankofa is not nostalgia, it is a strategy. It is the mathematics of survival written in feathers and bone. It says, gather what was stolen, gather what was broken, gather what they said was obsolete because it frightened their future. I hear drums under concrete. I hear languages refusing extinction, verbs bending around loss, names surviving the eraser. I hear elders talking to children not yet born, their voices crossing water, crossing time, saying, we left you tools, we left you fire, we left you the future. And so I begin with the invocation. We gather here today beneath a word that is older than the modern university, older than the nation state, older even than the violent cartographies of empire, that carved Africa into pieces and scattered Africans across the world. That word is Sankofa, a word that comes to us from the Akan world, from Ghana, West Africa, from a philosophical tradition that teaches quietly, insistently, and with profound moral clarity that there is no forward movement without remembrance, no progress without return, no future without an honest evaluation of the past. Sankofa is often represented as a bird, flying forward while looking backward, with an egg of possibility resting gently in its beak. The image is instructive. The bird does not stop flying. It does not turn around in nostalgia or paralysis. It moves forward, but it refuses to do so blindly. It refuses historical amnesia. It refuses the cultural erasure of colonialism. This is where we begin. Because the crisis we face in colleges and universities across Africa and the African diaspora is not simply a crisis of content or syllabi or reading lists. It is a crisis of memory, a crisis of imagination, a crisis of moral courage. It is a crisis produced by institutions that were built quite literally on colonial foundations. But these so-called post-colonial institutions most often remain unwilling to interrogate the epistemic violence that shaped their architectures of knowledge, authority, and legitimacy. They reproduce inherited assumptions about what counts as knowledge, who counts as a knower, and which traditions are presumed universal while others are treated as local, supplemental, or optional. This is what we mean by epistemic violence. Not metaphorical harm, but the slow, systematic silencing of entire worlds of meaning, a violence that teaches students, often subtly and quite politely, to forget themselves. Memory here is not nostalgia. It is not romantic longing for a lost past. Memory is ethical. Memory is political. Memory is a form of resistance. To remember in this context is to refuse the lie that Africa and the African diaspora arrived late to history or borrowed their humanity secondhand. To remember is to recover intellectual genealogies severed by conquest, enslavement, and colonization, and to recognize that what has been erased was never empty. The theme of this summer school, Decolonizing the Classroom, from epistemic critique to transformative practice, calls us not only to analyze, but to act. Not only to critique, but to create. Not only to name the problem, but to embody the solution. Sankofa, I want to suggest, is not merely a metaphor for this work. Sankofa is a method. Sankofa is an ethic. Sankofa is a pedagogy and a practice. Are you with me? Yes. Sankofa is often translated simply as go back and get it. But that translation is incomplete. Sankofa does not mean a romantic return to a frozen past. It does not mean the rejection of modernity or the denial of historical change. Sankofa means critical retrieval, ethical remembrance, purposeful return in the service of collective renewal. Sometimes we have to go back in order to go forward. And it was Marcus Garvey who said, if you don't know your past, you'll never know your future. In Akan philosophy, Sankofa teaches that knowledge is cumulative, that wisdom is layered, and that forgetting is dangerous, not simply as an intellectual failure, but as a moral and historical one. Knowledge in this worldview does not arrive fully formed or emerge from a single moment of insight. It is gathered over generations, refined through struggle, ritual, reflection, and practice. Wisdom accumulates the way sediment does, slowly, unevenly, shaped by pressure and time, each layer carrying the imprint of those who thought deeply, lived, loved, resisted, and imagined before us. To forget where we have been is to lose our bearings, to wander without orientation in a world that already seeks to displace us. To forget who we have been is to surrender who we might yet become, to allow others to name us, to define us, and to determine our futures in our absence. Sankofa, then, is not merely a backward glance. It is an ethical posture toward time itself. It insists that the past is not inert or obsolete, but active and instructive, speaking to the present with urgency and consequence. Forgetting from this perspective is not neutral. It creates vulnerability. It leaves communities exposed to repetition, repeating mistakes, reenacting domination, internalizing erasure. Remembering, by contrast, is an act of resistance and renewal. It is a refusal to begin from zero, a refusal to accept the lie that history started with the colonial encounter. Sankofa calls us to retrieve what has been buried or broken, not to dwell there, but to carry it forward, critically, creatively, and collectively, into the work of shaping a more just and humane future. Sankofa insists that the past is not dead, it is present. It is pulsing beneath our institutions, our languages, our rituals, our silences. And when we ignore that past, especially when the past includes enslavement, colonial conquest, epistemicide, and cultural theft, we cannot escape it. We reproduce it. We contribute to the recolonization instead of the decolonization of Africa and Africans. In this sense, Sankofa is profoundly political. It challenges linear notions of progress that place Europe at the center of history and Africa at the margins. It disrupts colonial time. The idea that Africa exists only in a perpetual before, only in a pre-colonial period, always lagging behind and desperately trying to catch up, but never really arriving on the world stage. Sankofa reclaims African time as cyclical, dialogical, and relational. And crucially, Sankofa insists that knowledge is not abstract. It is concrete, knowledge is lived, knowledge carries ethical obligations, knowledge demands moral responsibility and the principled commitment to our shared humanity. So that's the first section. And so what I want to do is provide you with a framework so that we can see what happens when we begin to use Sankofa as a form of decolonization. Because as Professor Smith said earlier, decolonization, it is a process. It is a program. So it's something that is always ongoing. And so it's very, very important for us to at least see this framework that we are developing here, and then we're going to have a series of discourse throughout this week. So the second section, decolonization, African and African diasporian conceptions, because we need to be clear about which conception of decolonization it is that we are talking about. So there are a lot scattered all throughout the global South, lots of different conceptions of decolonization, and what we are searching for often is one that is going to be specific to the special needs of Africa and Africans. So, decolonization, as understood in African and African diasporian thought, has never been merely about flags and constitutions. It has always been about the mind, the soul, the imagination, and the structures that govern whose knowledge counts. W.E.B. Du Bois taught that the problem of the 20th century was the problem of the color line. But he also showed us that education could either reinforce domination or cultivate liberation. In The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois insisted that education must produce not only workers but thinkers, not only citizens but critics, not only professionals but whole human beings. Frantz Fanon went further, warning that colonialism colonizes the mind, producing what he called an epidemialization, a deep internalization of inferiority. For Fanon, decolonization was necessarily violent, not only in the physical sense, but in the epistemic sense. It required a rupture with colonial ways of knowing, colonial ways of seeing, colonial ways of being. Aimé Césaire exposed colonialism as a moral catastrophe, a system that simultaneously brutalized the colonized and dehumanized the colonizer. His call for negritude was not essentialism, but affirmation, a refusal to accept Europe as the universal measure of humanity. Walter Rodney reminded us that underdevelopment was not accidental, it was engineered. And education systems across Africa, he argued, were designed to serve external interests, producing clerks for empire rather than agents of transformation. African leaders understood this clearly. Kwame Nkrumah warned that political independence without intellectual independence would result in neo-colonialism. Patrice Lumumba insisted that education must be rooted in African realities, not colonial fantasies. Julius Nyerere envisioned education for self-reliance, grounded in community, cooperation, and dignity. Thomas Sankara demanded that education produce self-respecting, self-determining Africans and not imitators of Europe. This lineage extends into our moment, reminding us that decolonization is neither finished nor fixed in the past. Nelson Mandela understood education as a weapon capable of liberation or oppression, because he understood that classrooms shape political horizons long before ballots or barricades do. African feminists and decolonial scholars, such as Amina Mama and Sophie Oluwole, have pressed this insight further, insisting that decolonization is hollow if it ignores gendered power, indigenous philosophy, linguistic sovereignty, and the lives and realities and struggles of African women. And activists like Lema, Bowie, and Wangara Maathai teach us through struggle, sacrifice, and care that knowledge is ecological, embodied, and communal, rooted in land, community, and collective survival rather than abstract authority alone. Decolonization in this tradition is not abstraction. It is reconstruction. It is not rejection of rigor, but redefinition of rigor. It is not anti-university. It is anti-imperialism. Sankofa deepens decolonial theory by insisting on ethical return. It asks, and so this is for any of the students. We believe often that if you don't have the right research question, you can't help but to get the wrong research answer. Does that sound all right? So you have to pose the correct questions. Whose point of view are you asking the question from? Right? And please don't allow them to discursively dismiss what counts as knowledge, because often it's going to be African indigenous knowledge systems. Are you with me? It's going to be knowledge produced by indigenous people throughout the global South. So it's very important for us to have the correct questions if we want to achieve some of the correct answers. And there's often more than one answer to any of these questions that we are asking. Really important here. Sankofa deepens decolonial theory by insisting on ethical return. It asks, these are the questions. What did colonialism interrupt? What did it erase? What did it distort? And what must be recovered, not as museum artifacts, but as living resources? In Africa, broadly speaking, Sankofa challenges imported curriculum that privilege European thinkers as universal and African thinkers as local, derivative, or optional. It exposes how colonial hierarchies of knowledge continue to masquerade as neutrality, rigor, and global standards. Sankofa demands a decisive reversal of this logic, insisting that African philosophies, African histories, African sciences, and African pedagogies be treated not as supplemental or case studies, but as foundations from which inquiry begins. In doing so, it renders African intellectual traditions as generative, critical, and world-making, rather than merely reactive to Europe. In South Africa, the relevance of Sankofa is especially acute. The legacies of apartheid remain embedded in institutional cultures, epistemic hierarchies, and pedagogical practices. The hashtag Rhodes Must Fall movement and hashtag Fees Must Fall movement were not merely about statues or tuition. They were about whose knowledge is honored, whose voices are amplified, and whose lives are deemed worthy of study. Sankofa offers South Africa a language that is neither reactionary nor assimilationist. It refuses both erasure and romanticism. It invites universities to confront colonial violence honestly while cultivating new, grounded futures. Sankofa transforms decolonization from a metaphor into a practice, from critique into curriculum, from protest into pedagogy. Next series of questions, again, I'm speaking to the students. The question we start with here: what does Sankofa look like in higher education? It begins with curriculum design. Sankofa asks us to center African and African diasporian thinkers not as responses to Europe, but as thinkers in their own right. It calls for syllabi that move beyond tokenism, beyond a couple of black faces in high places, toward integrated intellectual genealogies. Sankofa reshapes pedagogy. It values dialogue over domination, community over competition, wisdom over mere information. It recognizes oral traditions, storytelling, music, spirituality, and embodied knowledge as legitimate forms of learning. Sankofa rethinks assessment. It asks whether exams reproduce hierarchy or cultivate understanding. It invites projects rooted in community engagement, collective inquiry, and ethical reflection. Sankofa transforms the role of the professor. I'm talking to you, profs. Sankofa transforms the role of the professor. They couldn't hear me, students. It transforms our roles from gatekeeper to guide, from authority to facilitator, from performer to participant in a shared learning journey. And Sankofa reimagines the classroom as a living space, one that breathes, listens, and responds, a space with a pulse and a memory, a space where walls do not merely contain knowledge, thank you so much, but echo with ongoing inquiry. It breathes with dialogue rather than domination. It listens for silenced histories and whispered truths. It responds to the rhythms of community, culture, and struggle. Here, learning moves like music. Call and response, question and answer, alive, accountable, and attuned to the humanity of everyone gathered in the classroom or the lecture hall. Are you still with me? Yes. Now, if you would do me a favor as I begin to close out. Feeling so good. They messed up. I'm back at home. I'm back home. Thank you. Now, let me ask you to imagine, to visualize decolonized and re-Africanized classroom. This is what one of the tasks Professor Smith just gave us. To not simply tear stuff down, but it's important to build some stuff up. If you dismantle it, if you deconstruct it, you must reconstruct something, or else you're just going to have a void. And our people are going to be rudderless out here in the sea of life. I don't think they can hear me. I don't know if my microphone is on. Oh, yes. So can we collectively imagine for a moment, though? I know, it's okay. Let us imagine together, collective imagination. Imagine, watch this, I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Imagine a classroom where students enter not as empty vessels, but as carriers of history, culture, and insight. Where their languages are not punished, but welcome. Where their experiences are not dismissed, but recognized and theorized. Imagine a curriculum where African philosophy sits comfortably beside political economy, where literature speaks to sociology, where music converses with history, where ecology is inseparable from ethics, where knowledge is not siloed but braided, not fragmented but in dialogue. In such a curriculum, learning mirrors life itself, interconnected, relational, and responsive to the complexities of human and planetary survival. Imagine a classroom that sounds, oh yes, different, where dialogue replaces monologue, where learning is not delivered from on high, but shaped in conversation, where call and response animates discussion, echoing ancestral modes of teaching that honor reciprocity, collective meaning making, where silence is honored as a form of thinking, a pause pregnant with reflection rather than the absence of intellect. In such a space, listening becomes as valued as speaking, and understanding emerges not through domination or display, but through shared inquiry, through the slow, deliberate work of listening together, questioning together, and learning with one another rather than learning over one another. Imagine a classroom that feels different, less anxious, less alienating, more humane. A space where the air is not thick with fear of failure or performance, but alive with curiosity and care. A space where students are challenged, yes, but also affirmed. Where rigor does not require humiliation and excellence is not extracted through exhaustion. Here, Learning is demanding yet sustaining. Disciplined yet generous. Joy is not treated as a distraction from seriousness, but as evidence of engagement and understanding. In such a classroom, students do not shrink to fit the institution. The institution expands and it stretches to honor their full humanity. Imagine universities across Africa and the African diaspora becoming sites of healing, places where historical wounds are acknowledged rather than denied, named rather than buried beneath institutional silence, places where intellectual confidence is restored by reconnecting students to lineages of thought that colonialism tried to erase, reminding them that they come from philosophers, builders, artists, and visionaries. Places where classrooms become spaces of repair, where knowledge helps mend what history has broken and fractured. In such universities, new futures are imagined collectively, not imposed from above. Futures shaped by dialogue, responsibility, creativity, and a shared commitment to justice, dignity, and human flourishing. This is not utopian fantasy. This could be our new reality. If we are willing to work for it, if we are willing to practice institution building and world making like our ancestors did long before we were born, from Ethiopia to Botswana, from Kenya to Ghana, from Senegal to Somalia, our ancestors left us a legacy of living, loving, and fighting for liberation. I'm closing. Sankofa teaches us that the future is an egg, fragile, precious, full of possibility, and that egg rests in our care. Decolonizing the curriculum and the classroom is not a one-time reform. It is a lifelong commitment. It is work that requires humility, courage, patience, and love. Love for our students, love for our ancestors, love for generations yet unborn. We cannot teach liberation while practicing domination. We cannot claim transformation while clinging to colonial comfort. Sankofa calls us gently but firmly to remember, to retrieve, to reimagine. I can see the Sankofa bird. It is already in flight. The question is whether we will have the courage to look back, to reach back, to gather what was stolen or silenced, and to carry it forward together. I end as I began, with a poem. I'm closing. This is called Sankofa and the Mathematics of Survival. The bird does not fly backward. Let us be clear. It moves forward, wings cutting tomorrow from the sky, but its neck curves deliberately and disciplined to look behind, to lift what was dropped when the world was loud with chains and ships and whips and smoke. The egg rests in its beak, not fragile like an apology, fragile like a promise. We have been taught to fear the past, to call it weight, to call it wound, to say, move on, as if memory were mud on the shoe. But the past speaks. The past hums. The past knocks on the rib cage and asks, do you remember how to stand the way they do in Burkina Faso? in the land of the upright and honorable people. Sankofa is not nostalgia. It is strategy. It is the mathematics of survival written in feathers and bone. It says, gather what was stolen, gather what was broken, gather what they said was obsolete because it frightened their future. I hear drums under concrete. I hear languages refusing extinction, verbs bending around loss, names surviving the eraser. I hear elders talking to children not yet born, their voices crossing water, crossing time, saying, we left you tools, we left you fire, we left you the future. The bird circles above the classroom, above the archive, above the street where sirens argue with prayer. It asks questions we avoid. What did you inherit? What did you discard to survive? What are you carrying that does not belong to you? Sankofa teaches the hand to remember, how to build without bruising the spirit, how to fight without becoming what we resist, how to sing while thinking, how to think without forgetting the body. This is not a quiet lesson. It does not whisper. It chants. It marches, breath into breath, syllable into step, until history loosens its grip and becomes instruction instead of chain. The egg is still warm. That matters. It means the future is alive. Means tomorrow is not abstract. Means that what we do now presses fingerprints into what will be possible. So we walk forward, carrying backward. Carry backward to go forward. Carry the brilliance they buried, the tenderness they mocked, the knowledge that survived because we learned to hide. Sankofa does not ask us to kneel to the past. It asks us to learn from it, to argue with it, to love it without illusion. The bird rises, the sky listens, the egg waits, and we are called not to admire this flight, but to practice it. Sankofa is not nostalgia. It is strategy. It is the mathematics of survival written in feathers and bone. It says, gather what was stolen, gather what was broken, gather what they said was obsolete because it frightened their future. I hear drums. I hear drums. I hear drums under concrete. I hear languages refusing extinction, verbs bending around loss, names surviving the eraser. I hear elders talking to children not yet born, their voices crossing water, crossing time, saying, we left you tools, we left you fire, we left you the future. I'm gonna get my water. Thank you.
Woo! You know, when a person has arrived home, they make all gestures and sounds. Thank you so much, Professor Rabaka, for that energy. We really enjoyed, your presentation because I asked Prof, to zoom into Sankofa this year in relation to our theme for 2026. And thank you really for telling us how Sankofa dictates our curriculum, how it should look like, and how we should view, the scholars from our African countries, and how we can use them in our teaching. I am now going to take questions. I will take 4 at a time. I request that, you get straight to the question without making any speech, just straight to the question so that we give others a chance. And maybe we can also break for lunch earlier. Or maybe again give those who could not ask Professor Linda Smith questions if you don't have any questions for Prof. Sankofa. Professor Rabaka. Prof. Rabaka. So I'm gonna take the first 4. Dr. No, you are the first one, Dr. Musako, Fundisi. The third one, who's the third one? Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the way you presented your talk. I just need to say, as much as Prof. Smith indicated earlier on, she said we need to rewrite our own curriculum instead of using the one that exists. But the model that I'm following is that from a museum perspective, my name is Dene Rangad Musako, I'm a museologist and an artist. And I just need to say, when we look at museums, we see them as operational bodies that have got exhibits that are interpreted for us so that we should learn about us. I should put it in that phrase, as Prof. Smith indicated. Now, which model can I use? Because I need now to use the same flying forward, but looking backward as the bed you presented now, so that I can say, let's use the model of museums, but let us not let us not understand the history and interpret it for us, but let us write it so that we can interpret it for the rest of the world. Because I come from a model where we take students and learners for excursions to museums to learn and more about what has been already exhibited. Can you please help me to form that model? Maybe I can use the research methodology going forward.
Thank you. Did you get that, Prof? Yes. Okay. Fundis.
Thank you very much for the lecture. I want you to elaborate the statement that you said, knowledge is not imposed from above, but is dialogical. What is the role of the tradition? And what is the role of the scriptures for some of us who are in the church? When you deal with that statement, knowledge is not imposed, how should we understand it?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for these powerful questions. So for the first one, thank you so much for that. If I understand the question correctly, we're talking about museums, right? And the curriculum in the museums, right? And ways that we, there's a movement to decolonize, right, if you will, museum studies. And there's a sense in which what would happen if, the museums were operated from the point of view of the people, as opposed to objectifying, because there's a tendency in a lot of museum studies to objectify, right? So not simply African people, but to treat us as artifacts, right? And so it operates on a very superficial level, and so it's very important for us to decolonize it, to really sort of expand, open up those curriculums. I believe, and again, I'm pretty sure you have more solutions to this than I do, they're going to have to incorporate more African indigenous knowledge, right, into the system, right? And so again, we're talking about participant researchers as opposed to people that are sort of coming from the outside researching. So we want to make sure that we have researchers that are actually embedded and part of the various communities that folks are studying. And then there's always a long history that doesn't make it into the history books, that sometimes a lot of people, certainly at universities and in higher ed, a lot of times that history is rendered invisible or silent. And so it's very important for researchers, progressive decolonial scholars and researchers, to be mouthpieces and, as we would say, voices for the voiceless. Really, really important. But I think that that's a profound project. And again, this is something I applaud. We're also talking about how do we decolonize archives, because even the way people approach archives can be very Eurocentric, very linear, right? And even who determines what goes into the archive? Questions like that they would have suspended me. I would have got expelled, right, from graduate school for asking those kinds of questions when I was in graduate school. Now, it may be a bit more common. So now we have to keep pushing it more and more forward. And it sounds like that's something that you're doing in your work. And I thank you for that. Thank you. For the question about knowledge coming from above, I'm speaking about in higher ed, like higher ed system. So it is contextual. So I was talking about, in the context of a lecture on decolonizing the curriculum in the classroom. So I'm speaking specifically about higher education. And so when I think about something that's dialogical, there's a tendency in higher ed, certainly in the United States. And so I'm open to hearing about what's happening in Africa. In the United States, a lot of times, the curriculum is dictated by the administration, and the administration is actually taking its cues from industry. So basically, how can we produce good little workers, and they're not trying to produce good thinkers? And so that's going to be a real problem. It's what the Brazilian pedagogist Paulo Freire, in Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he called that a banking system of education, where literally it's transactional. So instead of treating our students as students, they treat them as clients or customers. So at my university, for instance, I hope y'all don't send this to my school. At my university, to select their classes, the students put the classes in shopping carts online. They literally can choose what they want, put it in shopping carts. So literally that motif of basically education is a corporation, right? And at least in the country where I come from, corporations don't have any deep sense of ethics. So it's basically a situation where they place human greed over human need. And so that's where the problem is going to become if it comes from the top, meaning the top in terms of the hierarchy of higher education there. In terms of the role of scripture and everything like this, I think that we had a conversation last time I was here. Black liberation theology is going to be something that's going to be qualitatively different, if you will. Obviously, you all have an incredible tradition here that's been influential all over the world into how people can sort of rethink the possibilities, if you will, of religion and spirituality. Again, one of the critiques also would be people need to open themselves to African traditional, right, spirituality, religions, and so on and so forth. And so that would also be part of a colonizing project. We do need to ask questions. How have people used some of these religions to colonize, right, for imperial purposes? That's going to be a key concept. And I think that with Black liberation theology, they point out that, say, for instance, in my own country, you'll notice that there's a huge difference between quote-unquote white churches and black churches. Christian churches, they may share the same theology, but the religion part, how they go about honoring, acknowledging, worshiping God, there's a huge divide that still, there's a kind of segregation. So now the racial segregation is factored into religion. So now do we have religious segregation? I mean, again, this is going to be really tricky for us to unpack all of that. But I do think that it's interesting that at least in our country, my country right now, on Thursday is Martin Luther King's birthday. January the 15th. He was born January 15th, 1929. The way that he used what he called the social gospel for progressive purposes, even people that are atheists acknowledge King Holiday now, right? Even the atheists are not riding at the back of the buses. They're not drinking out of colored and white water fountains anymore because, again, they galvanized around the civil rights movement and that particular kind of social gospel. The other thing is, this is something that Du Bois teaches. Du Bois taught us about the multifunctionality of Black religion. That for many of us, it doesn't simply serve a spiritual or religious purpose. For some of us, it's a bank. Like, this is the only place we can get loans. For some of us, this is the place where you can get in touch with nurses. They can check your hypertension, your diabetes, all these different kinds of things. For school, when our schools were segregated, how do we sort of get more advanced learning? There was so entertainment. I won't tell you how many of our singers come out of the gospel choirs and go on to do great things. And so the multifunctionality of it becomes really, really important. So it's not purely a spiritual read or a religious read, but it serves many different purposes because of the nature of the oppression. And I would close by saying, now then I'm talking about the art of social transformation. So again, they got come with all this oppression, oppression, oppression. People have developed some really creative ways to get free. Thank you. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Second round. Musidisi, and then my brother there, too.
Thank you very much for your lecture. It took me back to my African Studies and Anthropology lecture in 1998.
Wow.
I'm currently reading a book that was written in 1926.
Okay.
It's written by a healer who, at that time, was worried that African ways of healing would be erased. And so the question that I'm sitting with is, are we having a challenge with implementing? So I must also confess that I'm very new in this space. And so I'm wondering, is it a question of implementing a practical and an experiential curriculum that 20, 30 years later, we're not still speaking about implementing, speaking about an imagined curriculum where it honors our African ways of doing things, or our indigenous ways of doing things. So what is the missing link if I'm still being reminded of a conversation or a lecture I had in 1998 and reading a book from 1926 where this person is also saying, let us not forget, let's still preserve our ways of doing things. What's the missing link?
Okay. Thank you. Prof, my question is this. You made a distinction that you didn't elaborate on. You said that we need to be able to choose the correct decoloniality, the one that's largely formed by the African and the African diaspora tradition. Could you care to sort of elaborate how other forms of decoloniality differ from this lineage of decoloniality? Thanks.
To me, it's just a comment. Thank you, Prof, for your poetic voice of explaining Sankofa and reminding us that decolonialization is never be a nostalgia. It is a critical act of retrieval. I now know that Sankofa does not ask us to return to a frozen past. It asks us to remember Ethica, like a Sankofa bird, it moving forward, resisting to go backward. So we look backward not to retreat, but to recover dignity and relationship. Because the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are. I thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for the first question, this is so powerful. The healing component. I would say that one of the things I've learned studying African psychology, African diasporic psychology, it's important when you have a collective hurt to also focus on a collective healing. What would that look like? What would that feel like? And I do believe we have to return to our healing traditions. We have long, right, that predate. You and I both know that a lot of Western medicine actually makes people sick. So it may cure that one thing that you came into the office for, but it's gonna, in America, they list all the side effects. So if you take this for that, you're gonna get sick with all this other stuff, right? And so it's what Malcolm X called tricknology. So you tricking people, you see? And so, and we all know sometimes those old cures from our grandmothers and our mothers, It might take a little bit longer, but ooh, right? It'll get you fixed right up. And so for me, you are correct that there's aspects of this discourse that are recursive. But I was heartened today to hear Professor Smith talk about it's okay for us to get started, to make some mistakes, and that all human groups learn from their mistakes, right? And so I think that there's sometimes a tendency, because of not simply the way we're viewed from the outside world, but even within, like amongst black people, we can be very exacting on each other. And so I think that there is a tendency toward, I'm going to say this word, I don't want to freak nobody out, perfectionism. Oh, come on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, strive for excellence, yes, but I don't tell my students that they need to be that's just not fair. And I don't think that people are going around telling their white students that they need to be perfect all the time, every day. And so we're making our students operate under even more stress then by actually doing that. Do I encourage them to strive for excellence? Do I let them know it's human to fall down and pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and get right back up and keep trying? For me, I respect those students that struggle to achieve rather than the ones that just sort of feels like it comes out the gate. And so I do think that what you're saying, that missing link part, how do we create theory that is actually in the interest of practice? That is the only theory I'm interested in. I know I'm outing myself. I'm only interested in theory that is going to promote progressive practices. And so I think that you're absolutely correct. In the academy, the way it's set up right now, some theorists, they're theorizing for the sake of theorizing. I'm theorizing because I'm trying to help my people get free, because my people are suffering every day, because they're living in squalor, right? And so on and so forth. I think that's theory for life and liberation's sake, as opposed to theory for theory's sake, right? And so this is where some of us put the term critical in front of theory. See, a critical theory, a normal theory, I'm going to get in trouble with all the professors here, watch this. Watch this. Just allow me to ride, Graham, please, Professor Smith. A theory, I was taught, describes and explains something. Yes? A theory describes and explains. Just a working definition for the sake of lunchtime. Thank you. A critical theory not only describes, explains, it seeks to alter, to change, to transform what it is describing and explaining. That's what makes it critical. And so now, for all the graduate students, you need to go back and ask your profs about criticality. What do they mean by being critical, right? And I'm really concerned about how hypercritical some folks can be, because I think that we live in a world, we come from communities, I want to do just as much appreciation as I do critiquing, right? And sometimes about the same phenomena. I want to be able to find something. There's certain things that I just think, again, I'm with Ami Césaire. I think that colonialism was a moral catastrophe. I'm not trying to find nothing. There's nothing to appreciate. I can't do that, right? But there are other aspects, I think, of our lives and our cultures where we need to balance critique and appreciation. Like both of those should go hand in hand. These are great questions. I would love to talk to you a little bit more about the African ways of healing that you're researching and everything. I appreciate the question. Thank you so much for that. About the forms of decoloniality, where's the question? Appreciate the question. What I'm saying to you, I'm in a department of ethnic studies in America, and so basically I'm going to break it down, they put all the non-white people studying non-white people in one department as though we're all the same. And so there's a tendency, where I live, there is a high population of what they would call Latinx folks from Central America, South America, and the Caribbean islands. And so there's a tendency in America, in North America, obviously not here in Africa. In North America, there's a tendency to associate decoloniality or decolonization almost exclusively sometimes with the Latin American world. And so that's all I was saying, is that one of the reasons I think that students come to my class is because they can actually get courses in African and African diasporan contributions. Now, having said that, I specialize in the Global South. I am deeply and profoundly committed to solidarity, right? And learning as much as I possibly can about other people's struggles. And in turn, most people in my department are very, very open to hearing about the African struggle, African American struggles, right? Caribbean struggles. And so for me, what I'm trying to avoid is playing the oppression Olympics. I'm not going to sit around and say who's the most oppressed. We're never going to win that argument. I want to acknowledge that other people are suffering, right? Other people have been neglected by their governments, right? Other people are seeking reparations, which is just a big fancy word for how do we repair, right? How do we and I also know that we are in the 21st century. A lot of governments are using the word democracy and they're the furthest thing from it. I can't say much more for fear I might not make it back into my own country. I better stop, right? Okay, I don't want to have no problems. Wait, hey man, come on now. And hey, I thank you so much for sharing your visceral response to hearing about this conception of Sankofa. I want to tell you, this was an assignment from the committee. What my sister did, I was invited, and then she said, and we want you to lecture on this. I said, okay, right? And so I've been doing all this research for the last 3 months, looking at, there's a special Adinkra symbol that is not the bird for Sankofa. You saw I started out with that one. But the bird, the storytelling around the bird and the egg being warm, and the feet going forward, but the bird looking back, right? And this sense of direction, right? So very, very powerful. And for some reason, they've really picked that up in the diaspora, right? And so for my own center, we have the Sankofa bird is the symbol for my center. So for some reason, all throughout the diaspora, we know more about the bird than the other Dinkra symbol. And so the bird is sort of galvanizing, and we're building on that. And I'm pretty sure you can see why folks in the African diaspora go back and get it. Basically, we need to re-Africanize. We need to reconnect with our African history, culture, and heritage, and not do it in a romantic way, but to really do it without illusion, acting like everything is perfect. No, everything is not perfect, right? But there are a lot of lessons that we can learn, that we should learn, and we should share them as widely as we possibly can. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for the questions. And can you just give a round of applause for Professor Rabaka? Thank you, Prof, for that powerful presentation. Some of us who have been on this journey, they always ask us, you've been talking about this, when is it happening? But the question is, how long did it take colonialism? Yes. So how can we undo this or do whatever we need to do in 12 years? When it took over 100 years or so for colonialism. So remember, we are on our journey. Don't get bothered. Let's just walking. Let's just keep on walking. Let us keep on grinding. Let us keep on unsettling some people. They unsettled us for many years, so this is nothing. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are going to break for lunch. It's now 25 minutes to 2. So I kindly request that we all be seated by 2:30. By 2:30. And then we'll go to the next lecture by Professor Bahele Chilisa. Good. Enjoy your lunch.
Decolonizing.